All right, so okay, is the recording started this side? So yep. So today we are going to start something called data analytics with R. It's less of a programming, more of statistics and concepts, and we will be trying to solve various kinds of problems. But before we jump into problems, we'll go with the basic constructs and understand the semantics of language R. So let me ask you before we start this session, let me ask you a few questions. Imagine that you are running a factory or you are an engineer at a say urea factory, and you are given a few readings. One is input flow of the flow rate of the input which is coming particular chemical, the temperature data, and the temperature data flow, and you're also uh, given concentration, and you're also given the fourth column as the output. So there are these three parameters and the output given to you. There is these three parameters which are given to you. So you are given flow rate at which the input is flowing, the concentration of the flow rate, plus you're given the temperature of the flow rate, and fourth parameter you are given as the output. Now you can say that the first three parameters are independent variable, meaning because of this input flow we are generating this output, and this is all our numbers. Now let's say you have to do predictions on this. You have to forecast that if our input flow is this much, temperature is this much, and something else, you have to tell what will be your output flow. How do you solve this kind of problem in general? Did you encounter this problem so far? No? Or let's say in your terms, you are doing an analysis here of email boxes of people, and you have listed down how many times the keyword very has occurred, how many times bad has occurred, and how many times system has occurred. So you made these columns and you said that the fourth column is the severity. The user has set the severity by himself and also put in the full context. Now you have to figure out automatically that given an email, what should be its severity. You getting my point? So these are kind of a prediction examples. These are kind of a prediction examples. And so how do you solve, as of today, if you have to solve this problem, what do you do generally?
Kind of a scoring mechanism, right? Based on
And you don't know the correlation, whether it's inversely proportional, directly proportional, whether it increases with the decreasing, how is it related?
We'll apply this kind of regression techniques, right, and understand.
Yeah. So what tool do you use for regression as of?
That is very important.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out. So do you use Excel kind of thing for this yet or not? No, not yet. So if you have to do prediction in financial data, how do you do it now? Single variable good. Single variable is okay, probably. Everybody is okay. X is this, Y is this, X is this, Y is this. Given a x, we can predict y easily by plotting a graph between x and y in Excel, in your Excel, and then extrapolating that graph, little extending it, and then putting a point. So single variable is good, but when it comes to multiple variables, how do you do these kind of things? Or, or let us say you are given the data of the whole IBM. This data of all IBM users includes in users include their designation, their salary ranges, their ethnicities, and their how punctual are they? When did they join Amazon? When did they join IBM? So then let's say that this is a 10,000 employees data. And what you need to do is you need to automatically categorize these people into 10 groups. Automatically categorize these 1 lakh users, 1 lakh employees of IBM into 10 classes. How will you do that as of today? You're given this big Excel sheet containing each row is having the employee data, like what is what whether what where they do they belong to, what is their I mean what is their salary, what is their for how long they have been working with uh, the IBM, how many promotion they have got. All of this data is given to you, and now you have to quickly classify these users into some form. Okay. So these kind of these kind of problems come into advanced analytics area. So and for this you basically use multiple tools. For this you basically use multiple kinds of tools. You start with R, or you if you are a Python kind of a person, you might like to go for NumPy or SciPy kind of thing. And then I mean, out of all the tools, if you are not from a programming background, then probably our kind of tool will be far more helpful to you. Okay. So you load data because here everything you will do is from your business requirement perspective. All the terminologies, everything will be either statistics or it will be from the business side of things. Okay. And not from the technology side of things. Like, for example, if I say summary here, summary means a statistical summary of the values, while summary in our programming does not mean anything, right? So, so basically, what I'm trying to portray right now is that data analytics in R makes a lot of sense for doing a various kinds of analytics, right? So let's start with So about us, if you're not aware, so we give trainings into big data as of now. And except for this training, all of our trainings are online and weekend training so that people basically, those who are working people, they can attend these trainings. And our various trainings include starting with Hadoop, big data analytics. Now we are launching something called machine learning with Python, and we have MongoDB and all of those trainings. And our main focus is to bring expert instructors into them as a trainer. For example, the next session, which is starting on 20th June, I have found somebody who is better than me, who works at a company called Qbol. Qbol is like Hortonworks from India. Okay. So she works at Qbol at a very senior level, and she was with Flipkart and this kind of company where she has done a lot of work. So these kind of instructors we are working on, and we have brought a concept like a cloud lab. And in this, people don't have to install anything; you can just start working. This is a single thing. What one of the unique propositions which make people learn our stuff very quickly, learn learn any tool very quickly instead of fiddling around with how to install it, how to install that. They can directly connect and start using tools. And whatever is happening here, it gets recorded. So just let us know about your login ID and email ID. We'll create a login ID, send it out to you with your Gmail ID and normal one. Okay. So the way it happens is that the whatever is happening right now is getting recorded and will be uploaded there. So Friday's full session from morning till evening has been uploaded and recorded. It's very, very well recorded actually. Okay. Just that because of this resolution thing, the screen comes a little smaller. Other than that, everything is okay. All right. So this is getting recorded. So and about me, I think everybody has. And so I have been into this kind of big data industry for quite some time. Have worked with Amazon in Movie and DE into big data, while my own startup was into enterprise data management, meaning the document management systems, and this document management system is being used by many companies for building the power plants. Okay, including L&T Power, India Bulls, and Tata Power, Tata Projects. Everybody using our tool for the document management system. It basically so have you used so what happens is that there are say 50 parties. There are 50 parties when a construction happens. So there are people who are design consultant. They give out the code design. Then there is a principal who funds everything. So these design consultants, they basically give out their design engineers. Basically, they all of the designs of all the buildings actually come from China. So main design comes in various kinds of consultant. There'll be a fire and security clearance person. There'll be all kinds of people will review these designs, and then only then when everybody reviews them, goes to the site, and on the site the people who are working, they download the design and they start working on that from the site. Okay. They basically get it printed somehow there or get it transferred in the print form, and then they start it. Building construction starts. So there the crucial role is if there was a mess up, if the design directly went to the final stage and without getting their reviews, then there are chances that the building might collapse tomorrow. The power plant might collapse. So before, one of the case studies was that one of the persons who had no systems in place, they ended up doing the construction without staircase. Okay, and that became a big fiasco. So yeah, so in all those cases, the our document management system comes into play. We had built a very robust one, and there's a good process around. So those guys, like a lot of people are actually using it. L&T has constructed 14 power plants using this tool, and there are others also. So that way,
Now you have given it to somebody else. No?
yeah, I've sold of that. Okay. So yes, although on the website you will see my photo there if you see. All right. So all right. So whenever you are doing data analytics, the general approach is you first understand the business problem, and then you understand the techniques involved, because without understanding the techniques, the whole understanding of business problem will not get translated into implementation. Okay. And strange thing is that understanding business problem is actually aided by what all techniques are possible. Okay. So whenever you do the analytics, you need to understand the business problem, then figure out what are the various techniques like regression, and other machine learning techniques are there. And then SVM is there. There are lots of techniques as of today. And then understand tools, then try out tools, and then solve the business problem. If still you get stuck, you go back reviewing your understanding of the business problem, and then go ahead again. So by the end of it, if you try to do it, I mean that's how generally the whole psyche of solving a business problem works. Okay, because the why I have drawn this specifically, although it looks like a common sense, but most of us are are of the opinion that most of us are of the opinion that either just knowing the business problem or just knowing the techniques will be sufficient. Or one person will know the business problem, other person will know the technique, then somehow they will solve the problem. No, individual who is planning to solve the problem, he need to know both the things. That's why this diagram. Now, business analytics is nothing but a study of business data using statistical techniques, programming for creating decision support, and so basically understanding whatever data you have and using various statistical techniques, and then programming for creating decision support. Okay. Meaning whenever whenever being at senior level, if you are able to augment those decision support, then your business analytics is giving some results, right? Because how should I describe this? So one is that you have some future plans. Okay, you have some future plans that someday you're going to come up with a technology that will suddenly solve all the problems. That is one, like 6 months plan, 1 year. Other is making the data available in a form that augments the decision taking, making immediate, like what we call dashboards, what we call various kinds of other reporting, daily reporting, that augments that helps the decision support. Okay. And the other role of business analytics is achieving, of course this is common sense. So to achieve the business goal, we study the business data, we present it to the various key stakeholders, and also help them making the decisions. All right. Now there is another interesting thing. Let me just turn off my phone. All right. So the another interesting term which you keep hearing all the time is data sciences. Data science this, data science that. So data science is a very generic term, very generic term, and very misused term as well. So, like for example, I was talking to a company called Mu Sigma, where even the entry point engineer is a data scientist. Okay, all he knows is an Excel sheet. Still, he's a data scientist. So the definition of data scientist is quite varying, but the one which is followed in industry is somebody who has a good hacking skill. Hacking as in he should be able to immediately code like we did in Python, we did all kinds of things quickly. That is hacking skill to get things done using your tools. And next is the substantial expertise on the technology zone, meaning you're working in IBM, you have substantial expertise in the domain the company is working. So domain expertise in that. Next is the mathematics and statistics. So the person who knows all the three really well, knows computing, knows maths and statistics, and knows the expertise domain, is generally named as data scientist. Okay, and this data scientist guy is good, but if there is one person who doesn't know the business domain, but he knows good amount of computing, and good amount of maths and science, maths and statistics, then that is a machine learning expert. If somebody knows the expertise and somebody knows the computing, it's a dangerous job. Okay, okay, and yeah, and then if somebody has expertise in traditional research, expertise in maths and science, but no computing skills, then it's like a traditional research. They are doing some research, but you will not see any quick. They will wait for some programmer to convert that into some meaningful product or meaningful thing, meaningful script. So so that's where the data scientist lies. Okay. So so a basic amount of statistics we will cover. All right. Sounds good. So where do you like? Danger zone?
Mostly in that purple zone. Somewhere.
Did you listen?
Oh, between those three, is it? I would come
This,
the
this,
traditional.
this, this. For
I come the traditional research part.
you can do
Little
it.
bit of.
But now you have learned enough of.
Basic.
Okay. Hmm? No, actually, the interesting part is all the maths and statistics which come into this analytics, right? All of it we studied during first year of our engineering, that maths. So what we used to call, I forgot that term. It's called computational.
Engineering, mathematics, trigonometry.
Yes, there was a computational. You remember we even did the Fourier mathematics, right? Yeah, that's like little advanced even when it comes to this thing. Okay. All right. So basically, hacking skill means the ability to quickly program and automate and coding required. All right. So the other part of the data science guy is whosoever it is that they should be able to present the data as well. Okay. So I'll show you. So what exactly is R? So R is a language which is based on another language called S, and the S was invented in Bell Labs. So someone that R is fairly open source as of today. It is based on very closely based on S, and the sole objective was to alleviate the pain of data churning using our traditional tools. Okay. In traditional tool, doing the square root itself, square root an array is such a big problem, right? You have to iterate over the whole array and then import maths, do maths dot square root on each element, create new array, put it here. So traditionally, the usual programming languages are good to do the general stuff, but when you have to do data specific stuff, you need to use either a language like R, or you might use MATLAB, or you like to use Mathematica, or other similar tools. Okay. So as simple as the problem we gave, right? That given this data set, can you just predict, given these three values, what will be the fourth value? So imagine that you have a 4-column data. You know that first three values are our input data, and fourth value is the resulting. So as I was giving you an example, again I'll show you this example in real. That will make more sense. To give a lot of independent variable and one dependent variable, you know the difference between independent variable and dependent? No, forgot. So when we say y equals to sine square x, we keep changing x and it keeps on resulting in y. So x is an independent variable and y is a dependent variable. So when we say given this amount of input to my machine, this is the output that is coming out. So the variable that will represent my output quantity will be a dependent variable, while input could be the amount of in input input crude material you are putting in. The other independent variable could be how much fuel you are putting into the engine which is producing the output. So these are independent variables, or those are basically, you need to always think in terms of break down the whole problem into dependent and independent variable and then model. Okay, so when you have these kind of data, you cannot use the traditional tools so easily unless you are really a genius, unless you can do a better linear regression than any existing tool. Okay, so but still you will take a lot of time to do a very simple things. So whenever it comes to data engineering, R is sort of a de facto for everyone. Now, R is not only a procedural language, procedural as in it has functions, is a list of all the things, variables, and all of this, and we can call functions from functions. So, though R is looks like functional, but is fairly object oriented. It qualifies to be object oriented programming language. And next is modeling and R provides you the modeling analysis and that kind of data. These tools like clustering, classification, statistics are just like out of the box. You don't have to do any coding. So you can do modeling, you can quickly model your data, you can do analysis of data. Say you want to quickly see what's the mean deviation of your data, what's the summary statistics of the whole data. You can quickly do all of that analysis like back of hand. Okay. Then clustering of the data, as in you can quickly cluster, as I was giving you an example. So you can quickly cluster the data and you can classify the data. Classify as in like the Gmail classifies your email into various labels. That kind of classification you can do with R. And then statistics. Statistics and analysis is almost the same thing. So using statistics, you do the analysis. Using statistics, you do the clustering, classification, modeling. So statistics is the backbone of most. Next is the extensibility. Most of these functions in R, what we are going to use, they are written in either C, C++, Java, or Python. Or you can even extend the R using .NET. All right. Now, similar to CPAN, that was this Perl developer network. Similarly, we have the brilliant developer community called CVAN. Okay, you will see in next slides that because of this is the only strength a product has generally. Okay, that's how R was able to beat everybody, every enterprise product because of the community. Because there is a strong community. There is a library for doing the for for doing various kinds of analysis for politics. Okay, there is there's a huge library in R for psychoanalysis. Okay, so when you look at that library, you will say that R is irreplaceable because it's the library that makes a language stable, and that's a language that makes a language win. And there are lots of developer communities, there are lots of researchers all around the world who are publishing their R modules. And it's open source. The most flexible open source is Apache, and then comes this GNU. GNU v3 is very restrictive, so GNU v2 is okay to use. So I think they are on GNU v2. Okay. So GNU is a open source license. GNU is a recursive definition acronym. Recursive definition means G in GNU represent GNU. G in GNU represents GNU, and N represents Node, and U represents Unix. So it's a recursive acronym. Recursive means acronym calling itself again. I mean, that's a stupid thing our Richard Stallman has done. So there's a guy called Richard Stallman who is considered father of open source, and he's fairly stupid. Yeah.
Basically works on data also is very big. How does it take
I'll show you. I'll show you. That's a very good point, and let's keep this point, and we'll take time to discuss all of this.
So what
Okay.
about Mathematica? What is that?
Mathematica. Mathematica is also a mathematical package for doing various kind of signal processing, all kind of
And there's
data
one more you
processing.
told, right?
MATLAB. MATLAB is also for modeling and signal processing. Mathematics.
if you use SciPy and I think you will not use MATLAB.
Those tools are since 1950s.
Yeah.
And yeah. Next is that visualization and graphing. You can visualize the data very quickly, as even while giving you a quick demo, we were able to visualize the data. All right. So you can do all of this, starting with modeling analysis and clustering, classification, statistical analysis, and visualization. You can just do everything using R. Now, with respect to support, technical support, there's a company called Revolution Analytics. They give the complete support and development for R, and they, as per the acceptability of R, even the Gartner quadrant says that Revolution Analytics is actually in the first quadrant, meaning ability almost in the first one, ability to execute, and the visionary part. Okay, so you know this quadrant, right? No. So the Gartner quadrant is like, it has four quadrant: one, two, three, and four. Okay, one, two, three, and four. So you know this Gartner quadrant, right? No.
No.
So you say this is the first one, right? Then second, then third, and fourth.
Yeah.
Third and fourth. Sorry, third and fourth. Okay.
So IBM is second, is it?
I
No,
do.
SAS. In terms of completeness
No,
of
no.
vision,
Every-
IBM is first. No, in terms of ability to execute, SAS is first.
You measure that diagonal length from here. Whosoever is better diagonal is better.
Is it?
Yeah. Rather than saying one or two, that's how I measure.
No, in completeness of vision, IBM is first. In terms of ability to execute, SAS is first.
Yeah. So,
IBM is second.
so better. As a data engineer, that's the way I measure. The A square plus B square and then the root with that. Yeah, if both are equal. Okay. So yeah. So now Revolution Analytics is almost in the first quadrant. That is the company who's
Four leaders are there.
Hmm?
4 leaders.
Yeah. In general, yeah. So you can see that fifth one is this company called R, and R is fairly acceptable globally. Now you can do all of this as I told you. So I'll explain to you how R can be used with MongoDB Hadoop. You can do basic machine learning. So when we say machine learning, it's making programmers do the job automatically without programming. Without programming them to do something, making the computer do a lot of things by itself. That is machine learning as a part of AI. So most of the machine learning is actually comprised of these things, starting with normal Bayesian classifications, then going to SVM, then decision tree, ensemble models, and then neural network. Neural network is something is today's time. These other things have been existing for quite some time. So you can do all of this in R, and you can do statistical modeling using various regression, time series, and forecasting. And then you can do linear and non-linear optimizations using R, and you can do heuristic programming using R. And visualization, you can use W and R together, and you can use ggplot2 and other graphics libraries along with R. Okay. Now you can see the trend. This would be little more interesting to you. So earlier, I just did a. How do you generally analyze quickly how is something more popular than the other? How do you analyze? In normal life, if you want to see that who is more popular, how do you generally test it?
If the content and things are available in web, and support is available on the web, we generally go by that one.
Okay.
Popularity we measure by that.
Okay.
For example, for IBM products, right?
Which website generally do you use?
I mean, we search through Google only, no doubt about it. But if you see, for example, if you search about IBM products, right,
Hmm.
hardly you'll find any documentation, tutorials, and XYZ.
Mm-hmm.
So from that, you can clearly make it out how popular the
No, no,
products
it is there, but problem is that how do you find is
Okay.
very difficult.
So-
it's very difficult.
How would you reach to that to those documentable is a difficult way.
Hmm.
There are
I'm not
good
talking about only documentation. See, if it is easily accessible, it is anyway is going to be more popular.
Correct.
That is what IBM has done with their trainings also. They have outsourced everything to the vendors.
if you search info center, then you will get a lot of documents related to that
You
technology.
know, with document what you are going to do without having hands.
It's not a
without
document.
having
Info center is completely a site wherein all from scratch, from installation, configuration to
That is what is the problem. See, you can read, but if you do not have the product to do the hands-on, then what is the point of reading the document? That is where the system entire IBM products and other things are not popular. If you compare any other product like open source, which is now making a trend, right? Why they are popular? Because it is easily
See,
accessible.
Eclipse is from IBM.
Yeah.
Eclipse is popular because it's open source.
Correct.
It's public. If you need any help. So coming back to the question. So whenever you have to figure out as a thumb rule, there are a decent tool. Like for example, Trends. Do you use Google Trends? You never use Google Trends. So you can say compare one person with another person with another person, and it'll show the graph. This graph is from Google Trends. Okay, I just picked it from there. So you actually can feed Mathematica and select which Mathematica we are talking about. Are we talking about Mathematica as a magazine, or are we talking about Mathematica as a software? Similarly, if you put in R, it asks which R we are talking about, programming language or alphabet R. So then it gave me this nice graph. It shows very clearly that after approximately after 2011 time where big data has picked up, 2011 it has started overtaking MATLAB. Okay, and the graph of R is far more stable, meaning when you see these glitches in any technology graph, right, it means that they are pushing a lot on. So here they must have published a news press release. Whenever you see the peak, that's generally they publish a news article, and that's how they have been. Even though MATLAB being an organizational product, and for quite some time, R has finally overtaken it. R is finally overtaken. In the beginning, it started as pretty low, very low profile, but because of open source, big data, and all of this, R has picked up really well, and the support is increasing day by day. Okay, and there are everywhere in every domain you see the rise. The rise is just phenomenal. In every area, an increasing proportion of research articles explicitly reference R or R package. So which means what this analysis is from a website, a particular magazine. And so what they did was they found out all the articles in which the reference was to cran.org. Okay, meaning the reference to the R package in that one. And they realized that the popularity is growing day by day amongst researchers and various kinds of people. Okay. Because researchers and all of these people do not have a bandwidth of purchasing things. Okay. Even if they have bandwidth of purchasing things, it takes n number of hoops to get through the approval, and by that time their research get delayed. So that is one reason why open source is clearly winning. Okay. And whenever they are publishing their papers, they, instead of publishing only the paper, they publish one R package along with that, or a library. So that trend has taken over to a very large extent. Okay. Now there are various kinds of different R packages. Other than our normal R for enterprise, this is what we are going to use. R Studio, the one you have, is that R for enterprise. There is open source R under some same package. Then the way we are going to use R could be through the server, the way we have seen, through the browser, through the desktop. Now the other way of using R is using a streaming job in R. Okay, because R accepts an argument, the script name, just like Python. And the way we used Python script by mentioning hash exclamation, we executed the script using streaming. In the same way, we can also use R there. Okay, for using R, we can do a MapReduce. Okay. Third is the distributed R. So the problem with R, okay, now we have explained to you that how R is great and everything. The problem with R as of today is that it runs in a single computer. When the memory, when the ability expands more than one computer, it fails very badly. If your data is bigger than RAM, then R is not very useful. Okay, so that is one thing, and people are trying to overcome that limitation by buying expensive hardware, but that wouldn't work in general. That's why people are innovating now. The way they are writing on new libraries. The way we have shown you the Apache Spark, the MLlib on top of it. MLlib is basically the functions which are provided. They're trying to write in distributed way. Say matrix multiplication, solving a linear problem, all of that they are trying to do so that it can be done parallelly. So on one end is like MLlib kind of library in which the memory limitation is not there. The same, it does processing using multiple computers. While in case of R, it uses only single computer. And there is a product which acquired by HP. This is an open source product from HP, and it is called distributed R. Distributed R, as in whatever you are doing, it will get done through multiple computers. But they are writing it from the scratch. And I'm not quite impressed with the productivity of that team. The stability of their product, I'm not very impressed. It's still in very infancy. But there are a lot of efforts in making R distributed so that it is acceptable to lots of people. So we will try to cover these things. One, today we are going to get started and do data types, understanding how to read data, how to do basics of file reading, data reading, how to plot graphs, and then we do a small case study. And on day 2, we will do probability and statistical learning, and on day 3, we'll do a machine learning. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pritpal sir is not impressed.
No,
Are they?
not interested, not interested.
That I can't figure out from emotion.
What was your role like?
Impressed.
It's very interesting.
Okay.
That's why I'm here, right?
Okay. All right. So you can download the R project and R Studio. R Studio, everybody is up with R Studio. So yours is working on this
Yes.
for you?
Yeah.
It's working? For you, R Studio is working? Shida?
Locally they are working or on server? Server.
I missed your name again.
Let's work on server only.
Server is okay, right?
Hmm?
Server is okay.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
want to install everything.
No, we tested yesterday. We tested yesterday on server. We are able to plot graph. We are able to read files. And Bobby, is it working for you?
No.
Okay, okay. All right. So because this thing, if you don't try, you will not develop that, the quick attitude of getting it done. And specifically for you, since our studio is installed on server, it's even better. Because in case you don't have installed on desktop, right, you always have this inertia that who will install. But now you have on server, you can open the website anytime and get started. So which website do you open generally for this? It's in the browser only, right?
Yeah.
So
No, this is not website actually. This is software. I think they have we are installed there.
Yeah.
You can also use that. It is an available internet.
Public IP.
I'll give the IP.
It's one.
I'm on your LAN only, right?
Oh, okay. Then no, it is
Where is it?
there only.
119.81.103.15.
Where is it? 119.
Yeah. No, I think some context is there.
Slash.
Flash, MVP or something.
Sky, is this your laptop?
Yeah.
Are you connected to it?
Yes, I connected. It's there already.
No, I have actually done this now.
Hmm.
No, I have.
Yeah,
Flat MVP underscore.
you will have to put the
Sky,
internet ID and
give
password.
your internet ID.
Wait.
Put the internet ID and password.
1 minute. It's already there. I have opened it. Wait a minute. Such a new. Yeah, that is exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So this is the ID where we will be doing things, and yeah, let me just try. That's working perfect. So now you can see that. All right. So you can see that how quickly we can plot the graph and everything. So, otherwise, if you try to plot graph in a programming language, it takes half a day to just get it done. And here it's like it's just a matter of getting used to it. And all right. Now there are other R graphical interfaces like Deducer, but I don't recommend any of the third-party one. I'll prefer the R Studio. All right. Now the kind of libraries which are available are, there is Bayesian library for Bayesian inference. There's chemometrics in computational physics. Clinical trials. These are all libraries. I mean, the clinical trials monitoring and analysis, finite mixture models and cluster analysis, differential equations. You remember those irradiated differential equations? Second degree, third degree, fourth degree, and whatnot. Then probability distributions. Computational economics. Analysis of ecological and environment data, and then experimental designs of experiments, and A/B testing kind of experiments. Huh?
Each one is
Yes. So finance, all empirical finance library is there, and genetics, statistical genetics basically, and understanding the behavior of DNAs, and then graphics, the plotting the graph and visualization. Then high performance computing and well, that too can be done partially too with R. Machine learning, all those algorithms we talked about, and then medical image analysis, like MRI, the MRI, the X-ray. So all of that can be loaded into R, and you can analyze through R. And then other, I don't really know which one is what is meant. Then few more things. These are just and you will see interesting ways that political, there is one that we call political science, social sciences, yeah, statistics and social sciences. So there are lots of libraries which are available, and that's what makes these programming languages really powerful. Okay. So RStudio, which we will be using, it's an IDE that was just built for R. It brings your workflow together. It's powerful for authoring and debugging. And RStudio provides you all the syntax highlighting, showing you data in a table, and all of that, and shows you integrated help. In this screen, one side of it is dedicated for visualization, and you'll see the help here. If you say help plot, you will say help plot, and you will say full details about any function. Okay, and so plotting we can go through the packages here, select it and install it. Okay,
Plotting ggplot2 is mostly used, right?
which one? Yeah, that's also used. Yes, that's fairly used. Yeah. All right. So here there is a view in which it shows you all the variables of your RStudio. Whatever variable you declare, so will appear here. And if you want to see the data as view, as in a table, you can say view V capital and put the data name, and it'll show you in that format. And if you want to plot something, it'll appear this side here. And then packages will be a list of packages you can install. Then there'll be a viewer. I'll show you the viewer. And okay, and here you can basically open any file and present it. Okay. So viewer, as in the when you what do you call MD files, you markdown files. If you want to view them,
That output. Okay.
yeah, that output will display here. All right, sounds good. So like here we are plotting this graph, and we can say view, and we say X. So here it shows you it in a tabular format. Shows you in the tabular format. And you can say, all right, and help I've shown you. Variables, you can see the variables X and Y, which we have just described here. And you can also import data from text file directly as a variable. Okay, those who want to use our servers for R, they can use. Okay, but there you'll see only the command prompt. For the visualization, you might have to take these steps. Okay, you might have to take these steps, as in, because you'll have to tell SSH. SSH can send you the browser back on your desktop. So anything you'll do, anything in that browser will be actually running on that machine. Okay, so that kind of thing you can do with SSH. So that's called X11 window forwarding. The window gets forwarded here. So, but that's not required probably for you because you already have this. This is for our usual students who have not installed. All right. So this is where we start. And so first one is you can say x equals hello world and then print x. That's the simplest thing you can do. Or this is an older format of things where you say instead of saying equals, you say less than minus hello world. That's also assignment. So you can try it right away and then all of you can try. You can try all of these commands quickly and that will give you just that don't quit right away. This will quit. Also, unlike our Python command line, R gives us the ability to save the full session. Next time we start RStudio, all our variables will be loaded whenever we come back. And then there is these beautiful commands like example, where you can see the example of a particular function, how to use a particular example. So you can use R as a simple calculator.
What is double question mark means?
Hmm?
Double question mark. Double question mark means?
Double question mark. That basically gives you the help, right? Is it working now?
Single question mark, double are same.
It searches.
Internet.
It searches. You see. It basically searches the keyword everywhere, not only in the title but everywhere. So here it gave you here the biggest difference is between solve and solve. Solve is equal, question mark solve means help on solve only. Double question mark solve means search in all packages everywhere wherever the keyword called solve is found. Okay. So you can see that. Okay. So if you have to say linear, so you can see LMGM. This is the module which does the linear regression for you. Okay. Linear model, everything. So basically you can search for any keyword and find the packages, find everything which is required. So like this is in stats. You can import the list. Hello? Yes? Yes, yes. Yes. Yes, you were supposed not internet. I cannot take up the call. I told you to come yesterday evening. Yeah. So come to tomorrow evening after 8 o'clock. Thank you. Today evening 8 o'clock. All right. Are you able to do all those things? Yeah.
What is Q?
It actually quits, I think. See, it quits that.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Don't quit. You quit.
So you logged off. Is it?
I get it. Came back.
It logged off.
Yeah. Saving the session.
Session.
Okay. And I think all of you should try the plotting the graph example. I think that will be easier. So you say x here. Are you able to see what I'm typing? X equals to C minus 100 colon 100. Now x is minus 100 to 100, you can see this variable. Okay, y equals to x into x. You can see y. You can say plot x comma y. Okay, and if you say y comma x, what will happen? Like this.
So if the x and y are different, then y is not floating.
What?
You have the number of x and number of items inside x and y are same. Can
Yes.
you give a different number?
No,
And it won't plot.
it will give error.
And you cannot plot kind of a rectangular graph where x is x number of this and y.
No, you have to have the
XY.
xy coordinates, right? Otherwise, it will get confused, utterly confused, and although it tries to do assumptions, but we will see how can you convert one values into ranges, buckets of values, and say you have on x-axis you have 10 points, on y-axis you have 100 points. Now these 100 points can be converted into 10 points if you take each 10 as average. Okay, while we'll do bar graph, we'll show you that how to plot that.
Does it have 3 dimensional plotting?
Three-dimensional plotting, not in this one.
Packages are there.
Okay, there are packages for this. All right. Are you able to plot this graph?
Yes.
Everyone? Good. Everybody's graph came.
That means
Ashish? Okay.
C equals to CF minus B comma minus. So it is the point is at
This one?
Range.
This is like range function in Python, saying generate a big array starting from minus 100 to 100.
Especially what is C? C is
C means create. C means a vector. Yeah, that's the syntax. We'll come back to this. Okay. So good, everybody. Rakesh, Mitle, Mitesh. Good. All right. All right. So I think that gives you a good enough motivation to use it. Does it motivate you to use it? All right. Okay. So there are basic data types. First one is numeric. Okay. We can say a equals to 49 and say square root of a. All right. And that will give us quickly the numeric, the square root of a. And second is the string, where the dog ate my homework is a string. On a string, we can do neat substitutions like replace dog with a cat, and so this is basic data types. The first one is numeric, second is character, and third one is logical. Okay, we'll dive into each one's detail.
If you go down,
Yeah.
there this string one, right?
Mhm.
So dog, it searches dog and then replaced by cat. And
Yeah.
then what is A?
A is the variable name.
Variable A is equal to
A equals to right? Substitute dog with cat in A. All right.
What is double equation?
Equals means are these two equal? One equal means assignment. Double equals means equality. Are these two equal? Or and if I say A equals to B, meaning pouring this into A. Right? So that's it. So one is assignment, other is equal. Comparison. Okay. In all if condition, else condition, we use equality, while in any execution of statements, we use the equality, single equal. So we are saying A is equal to 1 plus 1, which is 2, equals to 3, which is 2 equals to 3 is false, right?
Yes.
Therefore, A equals to false.
If I go 2 plus 1, it will be goes true.
It will be true. True. You can try.
So you will define the false value to A.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it a character false or it is a?
It's a logical false. It's a logical false. It's not a string. We cannot say here, putting here A, that replace far with something else. Okay. So A is a Boolean 0, 1. Okay. A can be converted into 0 or 1 by casting. If we say A as dot integer and put A, then we will get, so you can say A equals to 1 equals to 2. So A is a false. We can say as, we can cast it into integer. Okay. Yeah. Similarly, true can be casted into 1. So I'll show you more of this. No worries. All right. Next is here the numeric data type, whether integer or something. You don't have to worry too much about integer and all. It will take care of all of this. So by default, x equals to 10.5. X is a decimal value. And if you say x, normally it basically prints the value of x. And if you say class of x, will tell you the data type of any object. So there, when we say a here, right, and we say class of a, it tells it logical. You see that? And okay. So that's how you can quickly check what is the data type of anything. And so here also, even if the number is 1, the data type is numeric only.
Only two types, numeric and character. Only two data types.
Numeric character, but under the hood there are integer also. Okay. Specifically, when you forcefully put something as integer, then it is integer. Okay. Otherwise, it's numeric. Okay. And you can test this condition saying is dot integer, whether a particular value is integer or not. If you say as dot integer means convert it into integer. Is dot integer means check whether this value is an integer. Okay. Now we can convert one numeric value into integer by saying as dot integer, but forcing, they're basically picking up only 3. It does not mean round off. Round off means if it is 3.5, it will become 4. It's not round off, it's just cutting off the decimal part and just taking the floor value. Okay. So that's integer, the usual casting one. And similarly, we can convert a string, a string into an integer by using as dot integer. Okay. This will give an error because Joe is not a number and we are forcing it to become the number. It will give an NA. NA is the equivalent of saying not anything as in null. All right. So whenever we try to cast one value into it, you give a not applicable, and true can be casted into integer 1, false can be casted into 0, and basically that can be converted into numeric values. Okay. Now there is the data type support for complex value is there in the language itself. Okay. What is complex value? A complex value is two parts. One is integer value and second is imaginary value. Okay. Imaginary means something multiple of square root of negative number. Okay. So one is square root of, in complex there are two values, right? One is normal number, second is square root of negative number. Okay. Or the way, if you look at my way, I look at it, square root of positive number is square root of negative number. So 1 plus 2i, 2i is root under root of minus 1. So basically this is a complex number. It's actually used quite often in computation. Okay. So instead of giving error whenever there is a square root of negative number, it gives I. Alright. So if you try to check, so whenever you are doing something like this, I comes along, it thinks that you are talking about a complex number and makes it a complex number. So you can see that. You can say Z equals to 1 plus 3i, and you can see that, and Z into 2. So you can see Z into Z, okay, and Z into 1 minus 3i, okay, sorry. So if we have Z equals to 1 plus 3i, and we say Z into 1 minus 3i, so now you can see I is the imaginary value under root of minus 1. Okay, now you can see that it become 10 with 0i, and now we can cast it. We can cast it to, okay, and you can cast this part also, but it'll just give some errors. Okay. Yeah. So it has casted it, but it has given us an error saying imaginary part warnings saying imaginary part have been discarded. So why? Because Z's one, only one is taken. Right? So you can cast one value into another, and also if you say class of what was that, Z, it'll tell us it's complex. Good, sounds good to everyone. Okay. Now if you try to do square root of minus 1, it will give you an error like this. But if you say if you do the square root of minus 1 plus 0i, then it works. Okay. So basically you have to represent your number as not a number, and then you can as a complex number, and then you can do the normal maths. So when you say square root of minus 1, ideally it should give us I, right? Instead of that, it gives us error. Okay, it says not a number. But if you say minus 1 plus 0i, then it thinks that you are talking about complex numbers. And then you can say 0 plus 1i as the output. Alright? So square root of minus 1 is actually I. Sounds good? No? This is clear to you? No? Or the alternative would be you say add complex and put the number, and then you can do the maths. Okay. So complex type is required for lots of mathematical operations, such as even equation solving. When you are solving a normal quadratic equation where you have the answers were minus b plus minus under root of b square minus 4x divided by 2a. In that, if the number comes in the square root as imaginary, then it'll give an error, right? The square root is negative, then it will give an error. So all those, in those cases, R handles everything gracefully because R is used for a lot of math computing. Okay. Alright, so that was complex. So complex you may not be using complex very much, but logical you'll be using quite often. A logical value is often created by comparison between two values. Okay. So let's say x is y and x is 1 and y is 2. So z equals to x greater than y. So x greater than y will either result in true or false. Here it will result in false, right? So z will be false. Okay. So other than that, standard logical operations like ampersand, pipe, an exclamation can be used along with these, meaning we can say we can say things like ampersand means and, this and this and this. So we can say 1 equals to 1 and 3 greater than 2. 3 greater than 2. So it is true. Alright? We can say 1 equals to 1 and 3 greater than 2. So this way we can form complex conditions. Okay? Or if you have 1 equals to true, 2, and I put a pipe here, what will be the result?
True.
True, right? Ashish? Okay. So this means, what does it mean? As per our understanding? True. And this is?
True.
True. So true and true is true. Pipe means or. So 1 equals to true is false. False or true is true. Alright? So the beauty of these both languages like Python and R is that whatever I'm showing you, you can keep on trying parallelly. And I can also give you a demo parallelly. So, okay. So you can do all of this, and also things like not of. So let's say not of 2 equals to 4 is true. Okay. All right. Any questions here? No. Bobby? Pitpa?
No.
And you can anyway have a look at help and put anything in as a string, and it will give you. So whenever you are saying okay, you can see the logical operators and it will show you all the help. And anyway you get stuck, you can use that. Okay. You can even see that.
Double ampersand is the same.
I think it's the same. I have not used double ampersand. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yes, it's the same thing. And XOR is also there. Anybody remember XOR?
Yeah.
Yeah. How would you explain XOR to anybody?
Either one, not both.
Hmm?
It's either or, not both.
So
One
yeah.
is true, not both.
Right. So the lights in your bedroom is XOR, right? So meaning anytime you press a switch, it changes the state of your bulb. That's XOR because so A, B, all right? So, okay.
It's like two switches.
Do you have a notepad or
We
something?
have a bed switch at, so for the same light, we have a switch at bed and a main switch. That is like extra.
So if let's say there are two switches A and B, okay, and this is your light. So first switch is on, let's say I call it 1. Second switch is
0.
on, let's just take. So let's say light was off initially. Now you come and turn on the first light, turn off the first switch. So what will happen is this will become 0 and it remains as such because you are just changing one. So ideally you expect that because light was off earlier, light should become on, right? Let's say now in the initial situation, instead of pressing first button, you press the second button, which means that becomes 0 and light should again be off, right? So this is only possible if you have XOR operations. Switching the button, switching A or B should change the state of your light, no matter what. That is only possible if there is an XOR operation. All right. That's not possible in AND or OR. Okay. because imagine that had it been AND operation, so you have to turn on both the buttons, then only light will get turned on. Now you can turn off the light with either of the buttons.
Either one should be on.
Yes. No, not only that. Yeah, either one or either no, only one should be on. Only one should be on, only then light will turn on.
That's what, either one, not both.
Not both.
Either one, right?
Right.
That's
Now,
not-
now in the beauty of this, all the statements so far we have done, you change the value of A or B, change the value of any of the button, the output should change. Okay, that is the XOR operation. XOR operation means that both the values should not be same. The light will turn on only if one of the buttons is on. Okay, and that's only the
How do we say XOR if 5 variables are there?
5 buttons are there.
Very easy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Why? It's very easy.
A, B, C, D, E. No reduce function.
Yeah, there is reduce function only. Yeah.
No, the trick is odd number of true is true, false otherwise.
I don't think so. It's at least one of them should be on. Okay, that's how it is. Not all, but at least one.
No, it's like odd should be greater.
Okay.
Whatever is greater.
Okay, so generally XOR or all of these operations are always binary. Boolean operation means 2 values is input, 1 values is output. AND or XOR and all of these are like Boolean, right? Binary. They take 2 input and give 1 output. Now, whenever you talk about ternary or quaternary, you'll have to combine these together, like in the reduce function. Yeah.
Definitely correct. If I have 3 ones, then the light will be on.
All right, good.
No,
Good.
that's what I'm doing.
So, make sense now? No, the result will be different at different cases. I'll show you tomorrow. And all right. So another is a string. We call it character here. Basic data type is character. So you can convert any number into a string by saying as character, as integer, as numeric. All of those functions you can use for casting. Is dot character is to check, and yeah. So good. Now, if you want to concatenate 2 strings, you can simply say Joe and then first name, second name, and then you can concatenate. All right. And the easier way to concatenate and do all of this is basically using sprintf. Sprintf is little complex. It looks like a little complex. So what you do is you define this pattern, saying %s is a space holder for the first argument, %d is the second argument. Had there been any other %d or anything, that would be a placeholder for second one. So whenever you have to compose a big string, like Sam has $100, or when you are distributing salaries to people, you have to print that you have got this much salary, and in those cases, sprintf makes sense. Okay. Do you want to make yourself comfortable with sprintf? So you can say things like as printf, okay, and you can say %s is good, okay, we call r, so you can say is rated as 5.3 out of 10. Do you see any mistake in this?
Say percentage F.
D is repeated.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
So what is percentage F?
Percentage if is a float.
D is for integer, F is for float.
Float.
Okay. Point two F is for displaying two decimal point. Okay. So are you able to do this?
So only three is there, right?
Hmm?
Percentage S, percentage F, percentage D.
Yeah. There are a few more. We'll discuss those also. So D for your normal digits, F for your for floating points, and percentage S for your
So it should be in
string.
the sequence or
No, it can be.
it can be depends on the
Yeah, depends on your need. So, okay, is rated L as this in, we can say test. You can say percentage as here. Okay.
what I'm trying to say. You are putting R first, right?
Then the order is correct. You are right then.
Yeah.
So the thing is that the placeholders we cannot swap.
Swap.
Yeah. We cannot say $0 comes here, $1 comes here. That is something there. I'm not sure if they have included now, but it is just like your uh, C programming printf. Sounds good? This is for displaying the converting into number, and not only this, you can basically assign it to one string. Okay. So it has become a string, full thing has become a string, and now you can use it wherever you want. Sound sensible to you? So what's your background? Have you done any programming before?
Started with C and
Okay. And that was how long ago? 10 years. Okay. 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 So are you trying out as we are typing? Okay. That'll be a good exercise. Otherwise, you'll not use it. After you go from this class, you will never open this. Okay. Because these things are don't come into daily use, and if they will come into use in like once in 1 week or once in 2 days, and then you will think that you'll use the normal calculator and get it done, right? But I've gotten used to opening up Python for my normal program, so at least normal computation. Normal computation actually excel, and these things do very good.
Hello?
Okay. So we can say substitute and say A, okay, and substitute R with Python in A, okay. All right, so you can do these kind of cool things also. So you can substitute one variable with another, okay, and
What is D in that?
A was my previous variable. I had assigned as printf's value to A, so A was something. So I replaced.
Oh, you have done A equals printf. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Substring can substitute. Okay, and there are grep kind of strings. If you have a big text, you can say grep this pattern regular expression into that. All right. You can have a look at help sub. That should, Okay. So there are various kinds of pattern matching and pattern replacement libraries such as grep. grep L, regular expression regex PR, and grep regular expressions. Okay, so you can see that. All right. So is it visible? No. Okay. So basically, grep says grep this and into this string, and then all the arguments, whether you want to ignore case or not. Pattern means replace this pattern, grep this pattern into this. So it's the same thing almost. All right. So okay. So those are string operations. You can do a lot of operations on string. When you see, in general, most of the things you can do with search itself. Yeah. There are two basic operations. One is searching, other is replacing. And if some language starts supporting regular expressions, that is good enough for you. Okay. Now, a vector is so now this is something different from other programming languages. So a vector is an ordered collection of data of same type. Remember the same type here? So you can only put either the numbers or the strings. If you try to put 1, 2, 3, some string, it will think that you are trying to create a string array, and then it'll convert everything. Now, beauty of vectors is that you can do a lot of cool things. So you are asking that what is X and what is that C? That C is a vector representation. Here we are saying create a vector called A with the values 1, 2, 3. Now, the good thing about vectors is that you can do the operation on whole. You can say A into 2 and you'll get this. Okay. It'll quickly multiply all the elements, not only one element, all the elements with 2. So a vector is really a good way. And you can multiply one mapped vector with another vector. And I'll show you. Okay. A single number with one element is itself a vector of a single number, and other vector types could be characters, which is string, and logical, that is numbers. And so you can say cool things like this. I'll show you. So let's say you have a nice vector here. Can we increase the font somewhere? View.
Just
Say control.
it's just web page, no? Just do scroll bar there.
Control plus.
Uh,
Control plus.
Alright, it's actually becoming worse.
Still want more?
Okay. No, I think this is good. Are you able to see Bobby from the screen?
Yeah.
Alright. So what was I going to talk about? Yeah, vectors. So vectors are actually, you can create vectors like A equals to say 1 colon 10, or you can create vectors like
What is C
1
stands for?
common. C means vector. C means vector. So whenever we are creating an array, the thing is, in vector you can only create the data type of only one type. You cannot have multiple data types in a vector. So vector comes as a very handy tool for lots of things, like I can multiply all the elements by 3. I can multiply A with A with A. Okay. I can quickly say A equals to 1. So first one is true and second is third. So the true one is being compared with each element. Okay. I can say things like A equals to true. Okay. So any operation I do on a vector it happens on every element. So if, okay, so in R, a single variable, single number is actually a vector, a special vector with zero length, one length. Okay. All right. The first one is a vector containing 3 letters. Now, second one is a vector containing the Boolean values, the logical values, true, false, false. Okay. And now here, this is a array. This is a vector of strings. This is a vector of strings, meaning array of strings. Okay. Now you can quickly say length of something. So all these methods, the special methods, are only applicable to certain kind of vectors. Okay. No, actually length is common for all. Length is there for all the vectors. So length. So you can see A has got these many. So you can count number of elements using length. All right. A has got 3 elements. So length A is returning 3. It's okay with you, Rakesh? All right. Good. If we have to draw a circle, what we'll have to do? Can anybody help me?
Pi r square.
Hmm?
Not pi r square. Not C, pi r square is a function.
Yeah.
But not?
No.
No.
So yeah. So anybody else? If we have to draw a circle, what will we have to do?
All the
Semicircle.
function, right?
Semicircle.
That means divide by 2 elements. If you call the mathematical function, plot
So we have x equals to
We could have some
c minus 100. Okay, let's say minus 50. Minus 50 to 50. So we have got x as this number, minus 50 to 50. Now y will be, anybody?
50 into
0.
Hmm?
0, okay?
Y will be x only, right?
Oh, the diameter we have created.
Yes.
Yeah. Creating a
So
diameter, right?
y will be basically, how should I say? Y will be square root of a square, which means it will be a positive number. Okay. There will be no negative number in this. Correct?
Yeah.
And then there will be another plot we'll have to do. So we can say plot x comma y. Oh, this is coming linear. This is wrong. We are doing wrong thing. So it used to be when we draw. How do we draw?
it's like
For each axis, there
circle of
should be 2
radius r
points
is
we
circle
should cross,
for
no?
pi r square.
Right.
That is not a good method, right? To do it. We compute that value with r as the variable.
So yeah, y will be equal to square root of 1 minus x square. Square root of radius square, right?
Yeah.
Correct? And radius is how much in this case? 200, right? Sorry, 100.
100.
100 is square, right?
50 is the radius.
50 is the radius.
Yeah, it's minus 50 to 50. 100 is
So
diameter.
x square plus y square is r square, and this is
It is using pi, I guess.
yeah. We could draw a semicircle. Okay. So z equals to minus of y. So all are negative. And we can say plot x comma z. But how will we draw both the things on the same? Basically, we'll have to draw it in 2 ways.
That's what I'm telling. In each axis, we need to plot 2 points, 2 y's we need to.
Right, right. So how would you do that? Yeah, we'll come back to that later. Okay, so basically we were, I mean, if we can, you know,
No, we could just do
Define
y
value in both, no?
from minus 50 to 50. Should be okay.
mhm.
Instead of, so y will be,
we'll
You
we'll
have to come round, right?
y will be a relation of z plus
Yeah.
y.
So for each value of x, we have two values of y, and that's where
Plot both the values.
yeah, we'll have to see how we can draw both the values on the same plane. All right. Otherwise, everything is good. All right. So we'll see that again when we do the plotting,
And not for each axis.
not for each axis. Yeah.
At x beginning and ending, y is 1. Or y is
Y
equal
is
to the
1.
center.
Correct.
Both y
Correct.
is
Correct. On the extremes, meaning diagonal, we have the y's value as 1. All right. So we can do really cool things with the vectors. Just like negation, we just have to put -1 and then full vector was negative. So this is clear, whatever I did here, right? So I said y equals to square root of radius square minus x square. So all the y points were computed using this formula for each x. And that's how we got this. Not clear, Ashish? You lost it. Okay. So up to here you were okay. Up to this point, x equals to this, is everybody okay? So let's just say that we are trying to do a semicircle. Okay. Now next point, what we did was we said this: y equals to, you don't remember this formula? X square. Okay. So we have x square plus y square equals to radius square, right? So that's the equation of a circle. And so y square will be r square minus x square, and hence y will be square root of this one, and that's it. Now with this we can simply say plot x comma y, and we will have alright. So in the same way, we could also say z equals to minus of y. What will it do? It will negate each number. Okay, it will negate each number. So you can see if y is some positive numbers, then z will be the completely negative number. Okay, or you can also say things like minus c, 1, 2, 3, and yeah, right? All numbers are negative. So the idea is to tell you that vectors are actually a powerful representation of numbers. Anything you do, it gets applied on all the elements of the array.
Can't we store that plot in one character like z equal to plot x comma y and q equal to
Okay.
and then plot pq?
No, yeah, that can be done. Yeah.
So then it will look good.
Yeah, but so the way plot happens is plot is happening on the graphics. It's not happening in the variable.
That's why two coordinates from each other. What you are asking is
I'll show you as we go forward how to draw a circle. Okay.
three variables, three coordinates option is there, then we take. We use it.
All right. So we'll see how we can. Basically, we'll have to create a graphics on which we have to add two plots, one above, one below. Okay. All right. So approach will be same. The first top and below. Okay. Sounds good to you. Also, if you have two vectors, one is integer vector, number vector, other is a string. If you create another vector using these two, the elements will get merged. And other than merging, what will happen is the elements which are numbers will get converted into characters. Everyone okay with this? So you can merge two vectors at any point of time. If there is a data type mismatch, it will try to cast it to the other one. Okay. Because it's not possible to cast every string into number. So it casts number into string. Sounds good? So you can combine all these vectors into a single vector by saying C and vector variable. Sounds good? Okay. And whenever we are multiplying a vector by a number, each element gets multiplied. Similarly, when we are adding two vectors, what happens is corresponding elements get added or subtracted. So you can see A minus B is 1 minus 1 0, 3 minus 2 1, 5 minus 4 1, 7 minus 8 minus 1.
What happens if both are not equal?
Both are not equal. That's coming in the next slide. What happens? Okay. What happens in case the two are not equal? So multiplying with multiply correspondingly, division will divide correspondingly, and also the difference you notice here, the division part automatically gives you decimal number on division rather than giving you the integer. If you remember in Python, if you say 5 by 2, you get 2, not 2.5. Here that's not the case. Okay. Now the recycling rule is, say you have two vectors, one is having only few elements, other is having more elements, and you try to add these. What will happen is, when you try to add these two vectors whose length are not equal, so what will happen is, first three elements will be added with 3 1. The smaller one will be repeated again and again. So 10 plus 1, 20 plus 2, 30 plus 3. Then 10 plus 4, 20 plus 5, 30 plus 6. The smaller one will keep on repeating until the bigger one ends. Okay. So this is recycling rule. Prithva sir, did I miss? So whenever you are adding, as we said that when you can add, divide, do all the things, okay, and it will happen. Now in case there is a line mismatch, so what will happen is, first there will be you can imagine that there will be a vector created by repeating these elements until length becomes equal to the other one, and then the usual operation happens. Okay. So this is the recycling rule. All right. Okay. Now you can access the elements of a vector by the indexes. Here, okay.
So, Sumit, one question is, do we get a handle on the length of the vector?
You can say length.
Length. Because sometimes what happens is we will not want to recycle. We will just fill the vector with zeros or
right.
some numbers that does not
correct.
change the,
correct.
the landscape of the additions of
right. So in those cases, what you do is take the first vector, add those many values to the new one, and put it. You don't have to do that. You saw this another case where what we did. So you can create another vector. Yeah. Okay. Or a better thing would be, say you want to put zeros only in the last, right? What you do is create new vector of that length. Okay.
With all zeros.
And
then you add the A. So
yes.
Then it becomes.
Yes. Okay. Or you don't even have to create that many. So what you do is, first create, multiply the first vector, bigger vector, by 0. You get all zeros. Then add it to that one. You'll get one big. That get extended. Okay. So you can do a lot of magic with the vectors. Okay. So the thumb rule is, whenever you are you can combine the vectors like this. Create vector using multiple vectors, and you can multiply each element by another value. You can do all mathematical operations, and where operand and operator, both the operands can be vectors as well as normal values. And if it's normal value, one of them is normal value, then if the both are normal value, then they get multiplied normal value, like single value. If there are more than one value, they will be multiplied with corresponding numbers. If so, again, the first is you can merge the vector, create a new one. Second is you can multiply each one with a number. You can operate on any number. If you say 3 plus a, will become 4, 6, 8, and 10. Okay. So
this recycling rule,
yeah.
Cannot we apply any other algorithm or some other rules besides this?
Meaning?
Anytime whenever I'm adding these two on unequal length, it will always follow this, right? I cannot alter that or.
You can't alter that.
No.
Yeah.
What I have to do something else, some other operations.
Yeah.
Or I have to write
So let's say what you wanted to do is, while adding these two, what you want to do is let these first three values add as is, and rest of them remain 0, 0. Right?
So that I can write the filters or.
So you can basically say v into 0 you assign to some other variable that becomes some value. I'll show you that. Okay. So yeah. So let's say what we are trying to do here. Ouch. Yeah. Let's say we have some values. Okay. Tell some value to me. Let's say a equals to say 10 and 20, and b is equals to c 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Now, yeah. So let's say these are how many? 5 elements. A has only 2 elements. Now what we want is when adding a plus b, okay.
Just give a warning, right? But it's added.
No. Yeah, it has added.
Just one.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. So now you can see that it has repeated there. Okay. It has repeated. What we want is we just want the first 2 elements to be added and not rest of the element. Okay. So what I do is I'll just create another vector c from b. Okay. C has got all zeros. Now if I add a plus c, this will not work. So yeah, a is there, c is there. Okay. Now what do I want it?
You want 10 plus b. And the rest of the values I want 0, right?
Actually, you should put b first and then add and then b.
Okay, we will see to that what all can we do. We basically can slice it anytime we want. Okay, we can slice it anytime we want, and then
or you can put that true or false kind of a thing, right?
Yeah, you
and
can.
Then if it is true, then add. If
yes.
Otherwise, it will just generate 0.
Correct. We can do that also. Yes.
How do we do that? I don't remember.
No.
Taught, but,
no. Here, say there is this a and b. We can say b greater than 2. Okay. So or b lesser than 2, less than equal to 2. Okay. So you can see the first 2 elements are added, and then okay. And you can also say things like as integer. Okay, you can see this only 2 variables. Right now you can basically multiply this with a. Yeah. So you can say this multiply with a. So you can see now you have got resulted in a plus b. Now you can add it with b. Alright, this is what you wanted, right? So you can do multiple kind of these good operations on them. So basically what I did was I converted it into, I figured out which value I wanted, and then the rest of them I converted into 0 and 1, and then did the usual operation. Alright, so you can play around with all of this, and Right? You can access each individual element, each individual element of an array by indexing from 1 to. Please note that it starts with 1. So if we have b, we can say b0, it will give an error, and b1 is 1. B, unlike our Python where the indexing is started from 0, we have this. Right? Okay. So we can address each element by an index if you want just one value. All right. And also we will show you how to slice them and moving further. So whenever we are putting a bracket, it generally results in another vector, and individual single value is itself a vector internally. Okay. Now if you say -3 negative of things, then so whatever element is mentioned by this negative, that will be deleted from this. -3 means 1, 2, 3, delete this, and rest of the things will be printed as such. So if the negative index is there for the vector, that particular element will be deleted. Okay. And in case you try to access out of the range, it gives an error saying NA. Okay. Also, we can access the element of a vector using another vector. If we say we are looking for second and third element, we can say S square bracket the C of 2, 3, which means BB and CC, these two. Okay. In the same manner, if we wanted only few elements from our vector, we can say easily that. Okay. Sounds good to you? And if you remember, what does our Python do? If we multiply an array with the number,
Yeah, it multiplies the entire.
it replicates. It repeats that array.
Yeah, that's what.
If you say string into 2, it becomes 2 strings. Repeated.
If it is 1 into 2, it becomes 2, right?
But if it's a string and multiply it with the number,
Oh, yeah.
then you can do. All right. Sounds good. You want to break for lunch, or you want to?
Yes.
Want to break for lunch? We'll continue from here, Ashish.
Yeah, let's break for lunch.
Huh?
Go for lunch.
Right time.
All right. We'll come back and then let's continue.
1:30.
Yeah. Take your time.
You take the laptop.
Yeah, we'll do it.
So what time are you back?
Shashi, what time are we back?
We are saying 1:30.
क्या discuss किया बताओ? I got so many to do from one.
Nothing much actually. He wanted to reschedule. Then meanwhile, Sam has come. Then
Alvin was there?
yeah, Alvin also there. Then they talked about QREP. QREP. Alvin has given some PPT presentation.
Okay, into them.
Discussing some aspects. QREP has some pattern engine. If you follow that.
हेलो आप कहाँ पे हो? काम करते हो? ठीक है, आ रहा हूँ। हो गया क्या? ओ
What time did you want? No, not now. I'm asking you to come in the evening after 7 o'clock.
After 7 o'clock, just send the person.
How are you, Bobby?
Huh?
How are you?
Yeah, going on, sir.
Not all the times, but most of the times, because in those B2B trainings, right? What we want, the guy who is taking the training, is not be paying from his pocket.
Correct.
That matters.
So somebody is getting trained from somebody else's pocket on something which is not his main agenda. And that is why, right, all my online classes are actually helpful to people because they pay for themselves.
But now
Oh,
this
I
also
forgot my.
changing.
What is there? Sky, you're working on MacBook, huh? Good, man. What is the password now?
In MacBook, if they introduced trackpoint, which is good, no?
Hey, we were waiting. I mean, I didn't know you will attend that meeting. Otherwise, I could have come there. Oh.
Nothing
I
initial.
was there till 10:17. Yeah, nobody was there in the call.
Oh, really?
Vandana was there.
Oh.
You were in the meeting room. When did you start actually the meeting?
10:05.
Oh, you started at 10:05. Huh?
But we started in the sense we sat in meeting room. We didn't start. The starting of the meeting happened at 10:35. I was looking at the time. He wanted to cancel the meeting and reschedule.
Mm-hmm.
Then Sam, Rakesh, that Rakesh told Sam is on the way. Okay, then if Sam comes, we'll continue. We took some more minutes. So finally, we started talking at 10:35.
Okay.
That time, Alvin and Shesh were discussing about funding and all. They were mainly it is a discussion between them. So we then Alvin gave this architectural presentation, patterns presentation.
Okay.
And in middle of that only he got another meeting invite. So
Alvin left.
Pure app, there is a patterns engine. For all kind of applications, they have patterns. He is telling you if we use that patterns, it is fast. Actually, we should go into R.
Syria.
Scalable. Tomorrow there is a meeting with Spark in software. Who knows Spark, man? Skylab is rock king of Spark.
కేబుల్ ఉంది, బ్యాగ్లో ఉంది.
Yes, Kai. We have a private Bluemix app, not the publicly available, where we can deploy our services, not consuming.
So I cannot. Rajesh can answer those things. Bluemix.
We don't have private setup, no?
We don't have private setup.
Then how do we test if we develop a service? Not like consuming the service. I have some XYZ DB. I want to make it as a service. To test, you have to use the public cloud.
That's what he's saying. Rajesh is going to say we cannot do it as a service. Are you going to use it?
I'm trying. Okay.
Fine.
You continue. Just that, yeah. Stop the recording. No?
I didn't. Can you
go to that thing?
This is the one.
I think there will be somewhere you can stop. Yeah. There will be somewhere. Yeah, stop it. Alright. So, where were we? We were talking about vectors. All right. So, okay. So how is it going so far? Should I continue this pace or should I make it faster? And so the expectation which I'm setting here is that today we are going to go through R, basics of R, understand the construct, so that tomorrow when we manipulate more data, you should not feel alienated. You should not feel awkward. And tomorrow onwards, we'll talk about statistics and machine learning. Tomorrow, as in the next class. And so, do you have any other expectation from this course?
That outline is okay.
Yeah, that outline is okay. Yeah. So we'll go with that kind of outline only.
So we'll be using some data sets and do
Yes,
hypothesis
correct.
testing. Or I have some live data.
Yes. This data in R itself, they
Okay.
give a very good amount of example data. I will show you quickly. So, for example, we will do one quick analysis on where is my
Yeah, that is
here
R-Studio.
RStudio. So here, say for example, empty cars is there. It's a 1960s data of all the cars that had come that time. Okay, so like these are various car names and these are various qualities of cars. Now, one of the exercises which we will do is we will try to plot them on a graph, such that automatically these will be categorized. A categorical classification automatically will happen. These cars belong together, these cars belong somewhere else, and so that kind of categorical analysis we will do. All right, and so it's a pretty I mean, we also show that this is so easy to do. The other thing would be like stack loss. Ouch, did I, what happened to my, no, I don't think so. I've shifted.
Might be in a new window.
Yeah.
Alter tab.
Mm.
Where did it go?
Yeah, I think it left. Can you give a bit?
So it is
Yeah. Come down. Last RStudio, right? Yes.
this one,
Yes.
mbp underscore rwork.
Mm. Yeah.
All right, so like here, oh, it opened exactly at the same place we left. So we will also go stack loss. Okay, so for example, this is one industry's data which talks about the example which we were talking about. So just where is my cursor? Views, and what was that? Stack loss. So it's basically a company's data with airflow, water temperature, acid concentration, and stack loss. So basically this stack loss is a function of these three variables. So we'll do is how to do the prediction. For this much of stack loss, how much of these values should be there. So we'll do those kind of predictions. So and similarly, we will also plot these cars on a category, as well as we will give in a humongous data. Say you are given a lot of data and you suddenly have to just create 10 categories. We will do those kind of exercises, and so that we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it in the next session. Okay, and we'll also understand what do we mean by mean deviation, p-value, and standard deviations, and how do you compute various values. What does it mean by various kinds of graphs? How do you interpret a box plot and scatter plot? And those details we'll discuss in the next session. All right. So today we are going to mostly focus on the construct of the language. All right. So everybody okay with the vectors? All right. So we can access the vectors in this manner. Meaning, if you want to access 2 and 3 element, we can simply say 2, 3. 2, 3, that's another vector. So index can itself be the vector. Okay, index can itself be the vector. So now, when you were saying that I only want these values, you can say C 0:1000, and then you can access 1 colon 1000. Then you can access all the elements starting with 1 till 1000 quickly. Okay, so this way you can access. Next is, it is not necessarily that you provide these indexes. So if you provide S2, you get BB. If you provide S1, you get AA. But if you provide this, that's also perfectly fine. It automatically reorganizes the values. Make sense? It automatically reorganizes the values. You can also, without brackets and C, you can directly also put things like this. 2 colon 4 means starting with 2 till 4. Make sense?
Bracket should be big or small bracket?
So both are okay. If either you can say S square bracket, C round bracket, and then round bracket, and then square bracket. So you can
Round
try.
is a big bracket. That's why.
Yeah. You can try both. You can try both. So yeah. So here you can basically, here you can say A equals to C AA BB and CC. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now this is correct. So you can say C equals to this, and after that you can either say A 1 to 2, meaning I want first and second element, or I want 1 comma 2, sorry, I want C 1 comma 2, or you can also say you want 2 comma 1 comma 3. This reorganizing the data. Okay, and I'm not sure if that's okay. Alright. So you can also reverse indexes easily. So you just reverse everything. Alright. So working for you? And also without square brackets, index also you can provide this. Sounds good? So you can very quickly reorganize elements the way you want. You want first 2 element, last 2 element, all the elements, and even those kind of things where we want all the elements which are greater than 3, we can quickly do the equal. We can prepare a logical array and do the comparison. So basically you don't have to generally go to loops. You can do all the all of these things are part of the tuple algebra, if you have remembered. So and you can do a lot more based on the vector. Also, if you have prepared, if you only toggle the elements, you say like this. Okay. So let's say there is an array. There's an array. You want all the elements of that array, which are say which are greater than 2. Which are greater than 2. So what you do is say, let me just make up an array. Let's say 1. Let's say 1 to 10. Okay. I want all the elements which are greater than 5. Okay. So I say A greater than 5. All right. I get an array here. So this array represents a logical expression, logical vector. Now using this array, I can say A square bracket and L. You got the idea? No? This is cool, right? So I basically prepared a Boolean array. Okay, basically a logical array by saying A greater than 5, and whenever we say greater than of any operator, it basically applies to each element, and hence we get this array false, 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 true, 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 true. Wherever this condition matches, the result of this condition is a new vector. Make sense, every
Yes.
And once you do that, we got an array, we got a vector, and as I was telling you that you can not only range, you can tell another vector with the Boolean form, logical vector, and that way you can get the elements. Make sense? So this is like very easy to manipulate data. You don't have to write loops. You can simply get your work done using these kind of things. But loops are there, but people in R rarely use loops. They get their work done using this kind of operations. Okay, sounds good. This is clear to you? All right. And other is there's something called named vectors. Okay, named vectors. Like the way we were accessing all the elements from 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on, we can also access the elements using their names. We can give names to individual placeholders, not only the indexes. In vector, the way we are using, either you could access 0, 1, 2, 3. Similarly, you could give names to the values. Okay. So if you have a let's say that we have a array in which, sorry, a vector, not array, a vector saying say A, B, okay, we can give the names to it. Okay, names of A we can give names to it whatever we want to. Okay, something like, okay, this is the names I want to give them. Okay, so now we can access A with, all right, not only the index, but we can also access the elements with a name. All right, so we talked about basic data types, we talked about strings, and we also talked about a vector. Now comes something important, which is a matrix. Okay, so matrix is a data type where you can only keep all the elements of the same data type. Okay, it's a rectangular table representing the data of the same data type. It cannot have, it's not like your usual table. In your usual table, you basically have all the values in a column of same data type, but not the full. In matrix, all the data has to be of same data type. Okay, and that's how this thing works. So for example, sales of 1,000 products across 4 stores will be a matrix with 4 rows and 10,000 columns. Okay, 10,000 products. So similarly, the way you represent a matrix is the way you create it. Take a vector and specify number of rows and number of columns. Meaning, if I say number of rows 2 and number of columns 3, so 3 elements will become the first row, the next 3 will become second row. Okay? So you can create an array, a matrix, of very quickly using matrix function. It creates a matrix, and you can create any dimension matrix. Okay? So, like for example, I can say, let's say I have data. Let's say my numbers are C, starting with 1 to 10,000. All right. Now I want to create. What do I want to create? I want to create 100 by 100 matrix. So I can simply say nums matrix of nums. Okay, and the n rows equal to 100 and columns equal to 100. Okay, so yeah, this is correct only, right?
And row.
Oh, and row, yeah. Yeah, you can see that it has created a matrix of 100 by 100 very quickly for us. Okay. And similarly, we can also create the using array. Okay. Okay. It doesn't require brackets. Oh, 100 to 1. No, this is correct. This is correct, right? Sales of 1,000 product. Okay. Never mind. So we can create matrix in the following way, and if we want to fill first we want to fill the row and then column, then we can use this by row equals to true. For example, here we are saying element at second row and third column. I mean, we can fill it rather than this. We can fill it like this. Okay. So we can fill it the other way also. How can I copy this? Correct? So Notepad++ and all those are not qualified as editor here. Not allowed.
It's allowed.
It's allowed. Notepad++. You have installed? No.
Yeah, I have Notepad++. Technique.
Okay.
Go to Windows.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Okay. So here is the matrix. Okay. So why it's happening that way? Yeah. So basically this way it first fills this, and if I say false, yeah. So you can see that the last column, last parameter here is by row. These two parameters we have used, right? We are converting to prepare matrix. We always convert it from a vector. We prepare a vector, we convert it into a matrix, and the way we are converting is we first specify a vector, then we specify how many number of rows are there and how many columns are there. So what will I do is it will yep. So now if we say that fill by rows, so it will first fill 2, 4, 3, 2, 4, 3, and then 1, 5, 6, 1, 5, 7, and 1, 5, 7. But in case we say by row equals to false, then it will say 2, 4, 3, 1, 5, 7.
First, it'll fill the columns.
Yes, yes.
And what if that vector is uneven and not balanced? Suppose it's got 10 elements.
It'll give an error.
Yeah. Just say
As far as I understand it, it'll
say
definitely,
9, 10.
let's say, this is what you want to say, right?
Yeah.
If there are not equal elements, you can see that. So it did whatever it could, but it also gave a warning that it's not, it ignored the seventh element, given an error saying that this element has.
What if it's less, then it should fill it with zeros, right?
No, if it is less, then also it will ignore, right?
Let's see.
So it will say that those three elements. So rather than this, let's say let me delete two elements, right? Let me delete. Okay. So 2, 4, 3, 6, 1, 2. Why it is doing that way? Oh, it is repeating that vector. It is repeating that vector.
Starts with 2.
Yeah. Because we are saying specifically that there are 2 rows I need. So it got started repeating. That vector has started repeating. They do that. You can see 2, 4, 3, 2, 4, 3. So that's getting repeated just like a normal vector. This is what you meant by uneven, right? All right. You can. This is a little newer notation. So you can access element at that particular index. If you want to say, give me the value at this point, you can say matrix square brackets 2 comma 3. If you want to access all the elements of second row, you can simply say 2 comma and then leave blank, and it will print you the full column. Okay, it'll give you the full column. Similarly, if you have A and you have you only want you want second row, then you do this way. If you want only third column, you do this way. So whichever you leave blank, it means it means all. So where is okay, so let's say this is my matrix. This is my matrix and my matrix is this. All right, now I can say M and I can say comma 1, which means first column, right? 2 comma 4. And if I say 1 comma, that means first row, which is 2 3 5. All right, good. And this is a vector, you can say it. No, but not by default. You have to say specifically, otherwise, yeah. So if you say by default as in without comma, I'm not sure what does it give. It gives the first element. M is this, and if I say M2, so it gives us the two second vector's first element. Okay. It was already there. Sounds good to you? All right, Mitesh? All right. So basically this way you can get the slices as and when you want. Also, again, same notation. If you want all the columns from 1 and 3, for example, you say in the column section, you say comma and that one. So it will give you the first and third column. Similarly, if you have, imagine, let's say you have to find out all the columns which are odd. What will you do? You have to just pick from a matrix. You only want to pick up only even columns. What will you do?
In the column.
Yeah, let me try. I have not tried. Let me try. All right. So let's say there is a matrix, big matrix. Say, what was our matrix name? The one which we were doing. We were trying to create a very big matrix, right? Yeah. Let's say in this itself, I want to get only the even number of even columns. What will I say? Anyone?
Even number of columns.
Even columns. So I want to just get second column, third column, fourth column. I want to ignore the first and third. What will I do? So if I have to do it manually, what will I say? I'll say comma 2, right?
Yeah.
Or I could say comma C and 2, correct? Or I could generate this number sequence and then
what are the length
right,
by 2.
correct. So if I say length of m is 6,
Okay.
2 into 3,
by
okay,
2.
and I say this. Okay, now when I say C of this, okay, I got 1, 2, 3. Then I say percentage 2 equal to 0.
That gives logical vector.
Yeah. It's not unexpected input. What is the modular for here? How would you do?
Percentage.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Thank you. So if I say 0 like this, correct?
Yeah, it's logical.
And if I put m here, m of this one, so I'm just building up from a very, so I can say
comma that one. Yeah. No, square bracket.
so where, yeah, so we'll do that. So we are just complicating our life. So it says that
Last 0 after that round brace also we need to remove.
just a second. Yeah, you are correct. So all we need to do is, let me just store it as L. Okay, correct. And we were saying this is M, right? Out of M we want to only pick up, we want to only pick up L. So we'll just, correct?
Yeah.
No, I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
4 and 5.
Just print M again. I think that is right.
M is okay. What I'm saying is,
Oh, okay. I think we have to say, instead of
That's
one
what-
comma, we have to say comma and one.
actually we should have stored this somewhere, na? This vector. Yeah, we should have stored this, right? Okay, so we should have said x equals this. Now x is this, L is this. We can say x, and in this square bracket we could say, okay, so this is what we get, and out of M we can easily say this. Okay, so this way we can always get these values. Okay, so yeah, using just whatever we have known partially, all we did was we did step by step things. So if you see what did we do here, you can explain, right, this portion. So what happened here, Shashi?
We gave all rows logical vector.
So we told that we generated a vector from 1 to the length of our matrix first row. 1, 2, 3 we generated here. Then we said divide it by 2 and compare with 0, and that generated our these values. And then we can further slice it. Okay. So I mean we have just gone little too far in this, but all the idea is that you can basically manipulate lot of data. There's a big matrix. You want to pick up, say, 1,000 rows out of it or 100 columns. So all of that is possible using the notations like this. Okay. Why? Because it accepts a vector in the number of rows or number of columns itself. Okay. It means give me all the columns all the columns which are inside these brackets, which is 1 and 3. Make sense to you, Ashish? Good. Now, similarly, we can also give the dimension name the way we were giving names to the columns in vector. We can also give the dimension names to the matrix. Okay. So typically the way we basically represented our matrix in mathematics class, it's exactly that same way. In there, we were just referring row and column by names, numbers. Here, we are referring them by names. All right, makes sense to you? So this one is like in matrix, right? Instead of saying give me 0th row, we should be able to say give me row 1 or some other name. Okay. Instead of say there is a users table, instead of referring it by IDs, numbers, we say that let's refer them by email ID. Okay, so that it becomes easier. These row numbers and columns have to be unique, of course. Otherwise, we will not be able to access the values. Now, so this is good, right? This one is very simple. Afterwards, once you have defined the dimension names, you can access each individual value using the row name and the column name. All right. So the way it works is when it detects that you are typing number here, it will look for the number. If you have typed a string, then it will look for the string there. Okay. Or if it sees that there is a C notation or the data type of that is a vector, then it plays a different role altogether. Okay. So can somebody tell me, for a matrix of size n, first quadrant, how will I access?
N by 4, N by 4.
First quadrant.
First quadrant, right?
Yes. So 1 by 2, n by 2, right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I want to
No,
access. Yeah. I want to access one half of the
first
element.
column, second row, first column, first row.
Yes.
Second row, second column.
Yes.
I still didn't get your question.
Question is,
So just say
there is a matrix which has
a
a
4.
yeah.
So what do you want to 4 by 4 matrix?
There is a 100 by 100 matrix.
Okay.
So it has got elements from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 100, 101, 100, then 201, and so on. Right. All I want is from this section 1 to 50. 1 to 50 because it contains 100 elements.
Right.
1 to 50, 51 to 51 to 100. No, not 51. 200, 101 to 150, 201 to 250, and so on.
Oh.
You getting more? Are you able to visualize color? No.
Yeah, I got it.
Let me draw. Let me draw. So there is a paintbrush, right?
N by 2.
N by N.
Paint.
100 by 100.
So yeah. Let's say there is a. How do you draw a square like this? Okay. So imagine that it is divided into 4 columns like this. I'm interested in this portion. Okay. So this from here it will be 1, not 1, and here it will be 100. Correct? So yeah. So let me generate 100 by 100 matrix for you, the way we were generated earlier. Can you help me? Who can help me? Let's generate a 100 by 100 matrix. Okay. And where is my notepad? Yeah.
My mat equal to
You can't click on this. Yeah, I can click.
matrix will be
Format, font. Yeah. So my matrix equal to
Can use matrix function, no? Matrix of C 10, 1 to 10.
matrix of
1 to 100.
100 is 100.
C is not required.
1 is to 100.
first you have to create a vector, right?
No, 1 to 100 will create. No?
1 to 100. You want to create 10 by 10 matrix? Okay, let's just create 10 by 10 matrix. Okay, and then quickly help me out, Mitesh.
N
Ashish.
row equal to 10 and
We are trying to create a matrix of 10 by 10,
N row equal to
or let's just create by 10,000 by 10,000. Let's do big.
N row equal to 100.
N row equal to 100
N call equal to 100.
and call equal to 100. So this is the way we will get a my mat. Now next is we want to only get what the first squad. So what we do, what we actually are looking for is my mat. Then we want to say column of 1 to 25, 1 to 50, and vector of 1 to 50. Correct? So this way we will get only the partial which one is
The last,
so this is correct, right?
the range in the last, that is correct. My matrix square bracket in the range also.
Oh, correct, you are right. See, so it has given us, if you see, it's actually too big, so it's getting broken. I think you were right. We should have done it on a little lesser data.
We'll take 100 10 by 10.
10 by 10.
C also we can remove. Just 1 to 100 and row 10 and call 10.
Correct? Okay. So, alright. This is correct, right? So this way you can slice the matrix quickly. Now it's clear to you? Virpal? Rakesh? Makes sense? Similarly, you can, in the similar way, you can also find the center of the matrix. There is a matrix, and you know that it's sorted as in increasing from left to right and top to bottom. And you want to find sort of a median matrix of the matrix. You can find it in the same way. So once you have ordered the matrix, so take the vector, sort it, put it in the matrix. Now once you have put it in the matrix, then you find out the center of it, find the width, and then you can actually get exactly those elements. From this to this, from this to this. So you get that slice. Okay, and this concept is actually very powerful. You will see this as we go forward. These are data slicing, and this data slicing is actually something which is the heart of R. Okay, good. Everybody okay with me? Also, you can give the names. That's another story. We have not yet. But after giving the name, also you can access them by indexes. All right. Now, transposing a matrix transposition is a very common exercise. Whenever we are solving equations, we transpose a matrix, take to other side. And what does it mean by transposing? Take the matrix and twist it. Okay. So, for example, here 1 1 is 2. That is good. 2 1 2 will become 2 1 2 1. So the column becomes row becomes column for an element. That's what is transposing means, right? So here if you see So whatever element is at 1, 2 will be put at 1, 1, 1, 1. Now 1, 2 becomes 2, 1 means 2 and 1. Okay. So you can think of it like we took this element, we put it here, we took this, put it here, yeah, and flip this. And that way 2, 4, 3, 2, 4, 3, 1, 5, 7, 1. Okay. So transposing a matrix and doing various kinds of mathematical operations are very easy game. Okay. Sounds good. Now, if you want your vector back, the vector from which you created the matrix, you can say CB and it will give you the vector back. B means B is your matrix name. You converted that back into your vector. So this is good. This is the way you can destruct a matrix. All right. Now, sometimes you have to combine two vectors or two matrices. Then you can do it very, very straight way. In the sense that imagine that you have one matrix like this, other matrix like this. You want to join them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 36. You want to just join it. So you can. All right. Now remember that in a matrix all the data can be of one type only. So if you concatenate and add a string, all the data becomes a string. Okay. Similarly, you can do R bind. This was C bind, means column bind. You say C bind A comma B, and to become basically you add more columns. Okay. So if there is a data file in which the data is stored row by row and you want to keep on preparing a matrix like this, you keep on reading row, prepare the vector, keep on doing cbind. Okay. Now rbind means row binding, meaning add one more row to existing data. Okay. All you have to call is rbind, comma, a, bracket a, comma, b. We want to give it a try? Already done? You want to try? I hope because of this your hands-on is not getting hurt. I'll just unlock it. You can try it.
This should be R by D of C.
Oh, correct. You're right. This should be A by C. That's correct. We'll fix it. Okay. Sounds
Tomorrow
good.
you are not taking training?
No.
I think you should, because I have just made to my director, Gopal Pingali, and he was willing to join tomorrow. So he said that he may come tomorrow.
Okay.
Then I will have to inform him that not to come.
I think you should inform. You should inform. Because I mean that's one already. So I've already seen that situation. Okay. And
He wanted to meet me.
okay. I'll meet him anyway. I can.
Either you can meet.
Today is it
you
possible?
can make it today.
No, but I have to take prior appointment.
Prior appointment.
So you ask him if he is available at around 6.
I will ask Gopal to coordinate.
Okay.
Then you can go directly meet me.
All right. Sounds good. So R bind, we can bind two tables together, two tables together, such that they becomes addition rows. All right. So can you try adding a bigger row? What if this one has more elements? Imagine that you have 3 elements here. What will happen?
It should add a new row.
Okay.
Let us try. Let us try.
And there is a mistake in this. Did you notice? Did anybody? No, no, this is correct. Correct answer, yeah. Is working for you? Should I dictate? Should I?
Columns must match.
Columns must match, right? So it did give a warning or error?
Error.
Okay, good, good. So columns must match. That is one thing. So you keep in mind that sometimes whenever there is a mismatch of values, it tries to do a lot of things, and it tries to cast things. It tries to repeat, and sometimes it gives that kind of error. All right. So the what did you get? I'll just make you the presenter.
No, because this is wrong. The columns are two only, right? In both the matrices. That is right.
Yeah, I made you the presenter. Show me. Okay, so all right. No, but here there are only two elements, right?
That's what I told you.
Okay.
Only in two columns. In second matrix, you say 1, 2, 3, and 1 and 3.
Correct. All right.
But I was able to add a portion of 3 with same column.
Okay.
3, 1, range 2.
Okay, maybe slicing it.
Slicing.
Good. All right. Sounds good to you? Everybody on the same page? Okay. So that was about matrix. The only thing is that in matrix you always have all the data either of a string or meaning character type or logical type or numeric type or some other type, but say okay. So it says matrix. All right. Now there are these very close things. You will notice there are four data types that represent the data. First is your vector, second is matrix, and fourth is list, and fifth is data frame. Data frame is the most powerful concept on which the R is based, and all of these are similarly designed. They have a very close similarity, like vector and matrix. Like the vector of vectors is a matrix. Similarly, we have list, and list of vectors is a data frame. I'll show you those things in detail. Now, in vectors, the main thing was that all of the values had to be of the same data type. But in case of list, the values can be of arbitrary types. The values can be of arbitrary types. You can put anything, and you can give them name. For example, a list. This list, Doe list, contains name, age, and married equals to act. So we can have Doe. We can access the element like Doe $name, or we can also put this in the square bracket and access it. Okay. We can access Doe $age, meaning. And there are a few more operations that are possible on top of the lists. Okay. Typically in vector, we always access the value, although in vectors also we could give the name to the columns. Please note, we could give the name, the way we have given names here to various values. Similarly, in matrix also we were able to give the names, and same was the case in vectors. We could give, the way we gave just now, like names for the matrix columns, right? Similarly, we could also give the names in the vectors. Here also we can give the names to each value, just that the biggest difference is here anything can be there in values. Okay. Now, similar to vectors, we can also compose a list from multiple vectors and then access the elements the way we were accessing in the vector. So we could create x equals to list of these different data types, a single list, and then access the list using this string. Okay. So yeah. So I mean, here the important part is to try it out, and otherwise there'll be humongous confusion. Okay. So let's say there is this number. Ouch. Okay. So yeah. So we'll have these lists, and in the browser, okay, so we have n s boolean x. Okay, now you can see that it's a list is a list of multiple vectors here. It's a list of multiple vectors. The way list earlier we put one value each time, here it's a list of multiple objects. So it's a list of multiple vectors. Okay, so we could access things like this. Okay, that is our number. Second is the string one, and third element is our boolean array. Make sense to you, Ashish? Sridhar? Make sense? These are out of context. Okay. So yeah. So what we are trying to do is we are adding multiple objects here inside the list. First one is a number array, second is a string array, third is a boolean array, and here the fourth was just a number. Yeah, fourth was just a number. You can just fourth was just a single number. Make sense to you? Now you can access these elements the way we were accessing earlier also. We could say things like give me second and fourth, which is one is a string array and this thing. Alright? Make sense? And second is we can also access the actual value. This is a little different, so I'll just focus on it a little bit. I'm so sorry, your email is... Should I close this window?
Yeah, sure.
I'll have to get it edited.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Otherwise you will sue me with the breach of privacy. Okay, now here what we are saying, we can also change the content of the member directly. The only difference is when we are trying to access the actual value, we put double square brackets. Okay, so whenever we are going to the actual value of the element, we put the double square brackets. Okay, so yeah, this one, these two, both of these representations give us a list. And to get the actual value, you have to put two square brackets and then access the element. Make sense to you? So you can see that. So this is the actual value. Okay. although both look same, here this one is a list. Okay, so we can say, what is that? Class list, and if you put 2 square brackets, the class of that is a character. We can access the value directly. Okay, it gives it doesn't give us the correct value. Instead, we first have to dereference it and then refer the things. You get the point? Okay.
Does it mean that for an N-level deep list, do we have to have so many those many brackets?
Right.
Is it?
Yes. So actually no. When we are dereferencing a list, only at the topmost level you have to do this. So it's basically a list of multiple elements. So you can see that only for the first time we had to put double square brackets. So list is nothing but a list of lists. Okay, it's a list of lists. So if we have to dereference first variable, you have to, like asterisk we had, right, in C. It's a similar concept. Just that remember that if we try to do that, like if you see, if we try to dereference, it doesn't give us the correct results. Okay. If we try to do this kind of thing, it still gives us the same result.
Yes. You see, if you do X to 2, it becomes null because there is no second element, you know? That is why.
Yeah. So whenever you are going deep into the one, then you go with dereferencing the list and then you traverse. Okay. So it's a little, something you can, if you think about it, it's basically a pointer to the list. Okay. So you can see that. Now we tried to change this element. So you can see that this is referenced by double square 2. So if you want to change this particular value, you will say x double square bracket 2 and then you say 2. Only then you will be able to change. Make sense, no? Alright. Alright. Working for you, Shashika? Alright. And here let me go into present mode again. Okay. Any questions so far? No questions, Shashikant? Alright. Next is that we can also give the names to the various lists itself, vectors, the way we give names to the object. In the same way, we can give names now. And say, for example, we call Bob and we call this John. So when we add them together, we can have their names. Okay. The other important aspect of this is that if you say attach, these becomes the local variables. Okay, these become the local variables, so you can use them as if they are local variables. I'll show you that. Okay, so generally, if you, it's like converting, it's like deflating. You have a big object inside. So there are many things. You want to bring them to your local variables. You can do that. Like for example, so you can have things like, how do you hide this top level? Okay, you can. So is this clear to you? So I'll show you this. This will become clear.
Instead of $V$Bob, you could directly
Correct.
say Bob.
So we could say $Bob Okay, or we could say V dollar John. Okay, and also under this we could say things like 2. Okay, and we could modify these things. You can see that. Now the moment we say attach V, the Bob comes to local variable. Okay, Bob and John become the local variables. Make sense to you?
But any modifications,
Any modifications?
when you push back to the original object. If you manipulate Bob now, will it be pushed to the
Yes, yes. So if you have now Bob, okay, and let's say Bob 3 is 5 and we make it 25. Okay, now we say detach. We say detach and we give the name of V. Now if you see V, oh, it did not.
right?
It should, I think.
Because it's local anyway.
No, it has to. But the interesting aspect is the Bob is still available here. Okay. Otherwise, say the John is not available now. Okay. John is not okay. Okay. So yeah. Okay. And all right. So I make a note of it. So what we have understood is this is something I never tried earlier. So if we have detached the object, this is what we observed just now. If we detach an object and modify it locally, then it remains locally. Otherwise, when you detach it back, it goes away. The way John went away from local, while Bob is still here. Okay. And the changes are not reflected
So
back.
what I am assuming is if there are changes, the local variable stays as
Yes, yes,
and the global
yes.
again reverts back to the original.
Correct, 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 correct. This is actually strange. So because I'm not trying.
But if any changes we have done with the local level, so how we can?
So no, there are things like when you want to make it local, it's like your own copy and you want to do some mathematics or calculations on that copy which you don't want to affect your global object. It's like creating a new object right?
Yeah, yeah.
With the same but in your local.
It's like object. Yeah. These are basically design decisions where there would be ambiguities.
But how if whatever we have used, if you want to back it, put it.
Then you have to do something again. I think then you have to say Bob equals Bob.
Yeah, like this.
So I think that's what they wanted to do. If I had to design, I would basically do it what the way he was saying. So I would actually push it back.
So basically, locally we have to try and then if it is done,
Perfectly could push it back.
Okay. So basically it's to make our life easier so that we don't have to keep altering the main object. Instead of keep altering the main object, we can continue to work on the local one and then work. Okay. Good. Some learning for me. All right. What happened?
Break.
Huh? Break?
How many slides more?
There are a few more. So. There are actually 50 more. So.
50 more.
That's not you, right?
Right
50 more for what?
Really? You want break?
For,
No,
I don't know.
no, 50 more for today, for the next hour,
Today,
for
today,
Friday,
today, sir, today. I have a lot to cover. But no worries. I mean, the general trend is that in the beginning itself, one should give more time to the candidates so that they become familiar. As the course pace goes up, the candidate will basically learn, or you will automatically get into that pace. So rest of it goes easier.
complete this one, last one. This
Yeah. Let's complete then. Okay.
vector and then list.
Now
And the last one.
Data frame. Let's complete data frame. Then break.
3:30 we will break. I have a call at that time.
alright. Okay. Two personalization.
Two personalized towards
Detach.
Okay.
No, it's
You
good
could
to
take yourself
permit break.
total copy and main object.
All right. Now the most important concept, and the concept which basically has a lot of impact in R, and the fact that the most of the functions work on the data layer. Every operation is on the data rather than loops. The distributed R kind of paradigms are possible. Okay. Similarly, the data frame is a rectangular table for row and columns. And data frame is like Excel sheet where you can put the data, and it's very unique to R. Okay, it's very unique to R. Data within each column has same data type, just like our normal table, normal database table, not Excel sheet. Excel sheet you can have anything anywhere, right? Doesn't need to stick to that. So data within each column has to be of the same data type, and whether it can be number, text, logical, and different columns can have different types, of course, but in the same column it has to be the same data, unlike the matrix. So you have to differentiate between matrix, list, and data frame. Okay, list was list of things where each list could be a value or could be a vector, while and matrix could be only single data type in a tabular format. Data frame is a table which has columns and rows. All rows have equal number of columns. I mean, that's an important part, right? Each row has equal number of columns. Each column has same data type, and that is what is a data frame. Okay. And okay. So for example, look at this one. Here, the last one is maybe it's a number, it's a text, or it can be a boolean, and then this is a numeric, this is an integer, and those are numeric. Similar is the empty cars. You can see the empty car is a data frame. And when you say data frame and you ask, let's say empty car is an example, that's a car model, all the models of cars so far. And here you have these quality. So we can say class empty cars, and it will tell us that it's a data dot frame. Okay, it's a data dot frame. All right, and also, oh, what's this? Okay. So yeah, we can also say string of empty cars. Okay, it tells us all the details about each column. Okay, so it says that when we say string of empty cars, it says that there are 32 objects of each containing 11 variables. Okay, each containing 11 variables, and those 11 variables are miles per something, gallon, cylinders, and what is displacement, and horsepower, and this is D rate is drum rating, right? In terms of car, what do you call DR? If you say help, MTR, it will tell you.
Empty cars, huh?
Yeah, empty cars, yeah, it will tell you the details. QSEC and okay. So basically, when you say you can find out the detail about
VRX is
VRX solution. HP.
said
So yeah,
losses.
you can say that
Water
all.
mile time.
Okay, makes sense to you? All right. Next is that you can access a particular car and particular value. We are saying, give me the number of cylinders in Mazda RX-4, and give me number of rows give me the total number of rows in this particular data frame, and give me number of columns. Head gives first 6 values. Unlike our tail, unlike our Unix string, where everything is 10, here 6. So if you just want to have a quick look at the data frame, you can say head this. I'll give you the first 10 records, first 6 records. And then if you want to access a particular column, you can simply say 9. Okay. Okay. And if you want to access the column, if you want to just access a specific column, you can also put $ and the name. So each column has got a number, and each column has got a name. Okay. And if you want to access all the columns of this row, you can also, okay. So I'll show you. I'll actually copy paste it into somewhere. Ouch, I'm so sorry. All right. So here we have I'm seriously got used to my Mac badly. Yeah. So you can access all the values for Mazda like this, okay, and you can access the information about Slander on all cars like this, or you can also say 1, or you can also say 2, 1 comma 2. Let's say for first few cars, first 6 cars. Yeah. You can quickly slice the whole table and access whatever you want very quickly. No doubt about this, right? So if you want to find out how many columns are there and row, we can say empty cars. It has these many. Okay, 11 columns, and we can also say head. Are you trying out? Okay, so this data is basically from some magazine they gathered, and okay. All right. Now in the same way, we could also say empty cars $Slender. Okay, it gives us all the details. Okay. Next is that, all right. Similarly, you can also access those particular rows which fall into this. Okay, meaning give me 3rd and 24th. And again, you can do all those operations after you have extracted this column information. You can again do an operation like give me all the rows where this value is greater than this. So if you have to find out all the cars whose Slender is greater than this, you can say after getting empty cars comma Slender, we could say give me. I'll show you. So when we were saying this, we could also say things like Slender greater than 6. And then you can slice it with the main one. Make sense? You're only thinking about the break.
Hey, one more thing. If we are taking again on Monday, we need to tell Runa so that she'll schedule. Otherwise, we'll not get room.
Okay.
So if we tell in the evening, no?
Then she will book.
Today is Saturday.
Now only Saturday.
So should we do one thing? We just book Monday and Tuesday. In case there are more questions, you have come up with some case study or something. If something overflows, we still have the bandwidth on Tuesday.
So we'll tell to book 2 days.
2 days, yes. Just tell her that. No, just tell her that for booking for Monday, Tuesday, chances are of overflowing.
Also tell Sandy.
Okay, Sunday to me to book.
You send a mail, na?
Sunday we will send.
No, I don't have the net run.
You send a mail and CC.
You see everybody, man.
Yeah.
I already
Yeah,
got
for man.
no man.
You are waiting for the CC as well. What is that?
Same thing I schedule. Okay, anyway, sorry. You have to tell Runa to a room.
I'll tell her.
Please. Monday and
Please.
Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday.
No, she asked me why.
Why
You need more
let
time to
her
finish.
speak?
You need more time to finish. Depends on exercise.
Wow.
Is that no? It will be called as dash note.
Wednesday we get a project.
Better start getting life coaching.
Now you let's do.
But this training is going to be quite useful to you. This is what I got the feedback from Pash, because most of the engineers, right? Most of the engineers are generally not well aware of that so much could be done using simple things. Specifically, when we talk about machine learning, when we talk about all of this, it sounds like very sci-fi kind of stuff. But in reality,
Much
even
more simpler than
much more
any
simpler.
other.
बोल दिया?
Triple sense, no? Now we are taking break, huh?
Let's see.
You come back at 4. After my call.
They are sending, no? Mail.
Why are you that much worried?
No, she will. Okay. So,
I'm just telling you, let's see. Once she comes online.
Tuesday and
Monday and Tuesday.
neither my net is working nor my person who was supposed to coordinate. I don't think she has informed.
No, we are talking with call to them.
Chalo, sir. I have it 5 o'clock.
Or we can also, he was saying that his director is here.
I don't know whether he's come or not. I was just told actually. I can fix it. But you're coming tomorrow? No. I'll tell him. You are not coming tomorrow. But Nassim wants to meet. So Thursday or Friday actually is a good day, because Friday we are having this, no?
Yeah, even
Event is there, no?
after this, you also
We can
join.
just say, yeah,
event
5
and
10 minutes. We can meet. Friday.
You're joining IBM?
मैराथन हो गया
टाइम पास ही है, अलग ही खींचता है। अभी वो शाम को खींचेगा साथ में। सुबह में 1-1.5 घंटा वेस्ट कर दिया उसने, 2.25 घंटा वेस्ट। 9:30 बजे बोला था हम लोग 11:15 बजे चलो। टाइम वेस्ट है पूरा। मुझे लगा था कुछ एकदम रियली में कुछ
Yeah, so I'm not saying specifically CFO, but you may have to, you can check it with account here.
प्रोग्राम यही तो क्या करने वाले हैं हम लोग, सीनियर आर्किटेक्ट हो गए, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आर्किटेक्ट हो गए।
एक्चुअली अभी इसके बाद में जो है फंडर पर कंपनी के बाद में केस स्टडीज इनको पकड़ना चाहिए।
केस स्टडी तो होगा, तो स्टार्टिंग केस स्टडी से कर सकता है ना। इसे क्या इतना जरूरत है क्या मैट्रिक्स का करता है,
पहले पढ़ के आने के लिए बोल सकते थे।
इस पे प्रिपेयर नहीं है आर्किटेक्ट इंडिया डेफिनेटली
तो बाकी सब में जितना कॉन्फिडेंट है
नहीं और सर्कल ही नहीं बना पा रहा यार, बाकी और क्या होगा।
So it will go for his approval. But if he knows the background and all, because otherwise he will not approve. Because he will not know the background, then he will not approve.
हमारा तो हाल है कि ना यहाँ से हो पा रहा
वही है, हम लोग बीच में फंसे हैं। हम लोग बोला चलो कुछ छुट्टियां तो ठीक है यार, अपना काम निपटाएंगे यार, इतना सारा चीजें पेंडिंग है।
Okay. So then maybe because you don't want to do this because it will get
तो क्या अभी ट्रेनिंग का बीसिंग को क्या बोल रहा है, बीसिंग से कुछ नहीं ना।
faster, then you can give that name and you can take approval from Shankar and his.
जुलाई में नहीं, अब जुलाई के बाद
जून में कुछ नहीं
अब बस हो गया।
वो तो
हाँ, final. So once it is
पहले
approved,
मना किया था
then
कितना बार बोला हम लोग
sorry, DP and Python, then it will come to me for approval. Which department it
तो
is?
आठ तो फिर चलो ठीक है, बहुत जरूरी है स्टैटिस्टिकल लैंग्वेज के लिए, बट वो पार्ट कहाँ पढ़ा है अभी तक इसलिए।
No problem. It comes to me generally. It comes to me.
I think they will talk about
So what I suggest you
अभी
take the
सुबह से अगर बैठो वो सुबह का टाइम वेस्ट हो जाता है,
and once
शाम
they
को
come,
मुझे कॉल होते हैं, फिर जो मेन इम्पोर्टेंट पढ़ा था वो छूट गया।
और एक चीज है, अगर ब्रेक हो गया ना तो फिर ये काम कर सकते हैं। और थोड़ा सा भी 10 मिनट को भी डाइवर्जन हो गया ना तो फिर इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट।
वो वापस ट्रैक पे आने को उसको बहुत टाइम लगता है। और जो 5 बजे प्रोग्राम लिखना स्टार्ट करेंगे 7 बजे लिखेगा। फ्राइडे को ऐसा किया था उसको जैसे।
इधर बाकी लोग भी अटेंड नहीं कर रहे हैं, सभी लोग
8 है, 8 में से एक्टिव तो खाली नितेश और शशि है। तो
वो उससे तो पढ़ा हुआ है ना।
अरे उसको आता है, उसको इनसे ज्यादा आता है।
कल हम लोग कल नहीं परसों हम लोग बैठ कर बात कर रहे थे यहाँ पे।
नहीं, उसने मेरे को एक बार मैं और वो बैठे थे सेशन पे, तो उसने मेरे को बताया था साइकिलिंग का रिवर्स वो क्या रिसाइकलिंग रूल के बारे में उसने सब बताया, मेरे को बहुत अच्छे से बताया। He knows better.
Let's see how case studies goes. Because अभी तो इनको फटाफट मूव करके प्लॉट एक बार दिखाना चाहिए कैसे करते हैं, इमीडिएटली केस स्टडी को जंप करना चाहिए, तो कुछ लेट हो जाएगा।
नहीं, ऑफिस से खींचेगा नहीं यार वो। मेरे कारपूल वाले मेरे से परेशान हो गया अभी। क्या टाइमिंग पे आ रहा हूँ और क्या टाइमिंग पे जा रहा हूँ।
कहाँ पे रहते हैं?
ये रहता तो नजदीक में ज्यादा दूर नहीं है, तो हमारा पूरा रिदम बिगड़ गया बिकॉज
गोल्डन टाउन में रहते हैं?
हाँ जी,
गोल्डन टाउन में।
यलहंका में।
तो चाय पी लेते हैं।
चलो चाय पे क्या हैं?
Bobby is tired.
Bobby is looking too tired.
I don't know. The class is going on.
What class?
What sun class होगा तो?
ये भैया ने रिकॉर्डिंग तो नहीं करके रखी, मालूम पड़ा हमारी आवाज सारी चली गई।
उससे कुछ बोला नहीं।
अच्छा ही है।
So what like architecture looks something different from normal traditional architecture.
In this machine learning, it's there.
You know, it's actually amazing.
But
I really like the architecture.
that's what looks interesting, but
Very
totally different than existing app servers.
That's how it is grabbing market share from others.
Oh really?
Too good.
Which one?
What
Mobile
like?
first. What
This is one.
Acha. Good, good.
This is our slave.
Okay. Okay, so it's running.
Yes.
All right, all right. Now you can actually go to main master. Okay, so it's running on 7070.
Yes.
Okay, now you can go to the command prompt.
Mhm.
In the command prompt, you can specify that server name is this
Okay.
and IP address is this, and then that PySpark thing will run.
It will be. Okay. Okay.
you play for some client?
Not like.
And also, in one of the slides, right, when we talked about Mahot and all,
Yeah.
in one of the slides I had mentioned, in project actually, last project, I had mentioned a very nice link for sentiment analysis. Because
Okay.
sentiment analysis, in a general, takes a lot of, has improved a lot in last 10 years. Okay. As of today, there are NLP libraries which run on AMLib. The AMLib that comes with Spark, that comes with that. It's so nice actually. So they have a billion libraries as of today to tell the meaning of a sentence and tell even like say king is a person plus kingdom. Okay, person plus kingdom is a king, and if you subtract man plus kingdom is a king. Okay, if you say king minus man plus woman, it returns queen.
Ah,
Yes. Okay. And it has these machine learning libraries has like improved anything. That natural language processing have improved like anything. Google understands each and everything we say. Those same library people have worked a lot. It understands everything. If you
But one thing, is it a mass job creation space? No, right? Some niche people in Google create, or some IBM Watson people will create, which business people consume. Is that how, or it could be like a technology where many applications can be developed with a normal,
I have
not
no
so
idea.
much
I have
expertise.
no idea how will the dynamics unfold.
But I am suspecting
But
it
what I
is there.
believe is that if one does not know using those algorithms is as equal to as that not being able to use the computer.
After 5
Not 10 years, 5 years. And trust me, it is going to move into that direction. It is actually already moved. Okay. So in Amazon and all, there's a huge teams now who work on that. Amazon has,
in India there were.
yes. My house owner, where I live right now, my house owner is the guy who trains all the SDs there. So they have developed programs to train their all engineers onto machine learning. Every engineer is being trained on machine learning. They have prepared the full plan so that everybody learns that, because in every aspect of a website it has impacted, like site selection. Oh, hello. Hey Runa, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. Just that, yeah. Ye- Yeah, I want to take maybe a Monday. Okay, Monday more. And in case there is more queries, because there are people having more queries. In case that happens, then maybe half day, first half Tuesday only. Okay. Okay.
see all this?
yeah.
If I do this, you will see a different dashboard. So, because I just bad actually, no? Friday I know.
Okay.
I know.
No, see,
It's not a feature.
the thing is that I have to take a break tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow, as in because my back thing. Okay, the way earlier happened. So because of the second week, so that's why from my side the constraint is that I will have to take a break tomorrow.
I totally agree. But how do you introduce the token involvement of session?
Correct. Each request should carry.
Post parameters of this, no? Username and location.
I wanted that way. I wanted that way personally. Okay. Because I also want to finish it quickly, but because of my back thing, I need to take a rest tomorrow. My back is start paining after like some of the workshop. It's my second week, right? So that's the reason. I'm still wearing the belt. Yeah, that back support belt. Yeah. Oh,
There is no session, it's just pure vanilla thing.
okay. Let me try my best. Let me try my best to. Uh,
Okay, for as a first.
no, so what they are saying that there is some event on Friday in afternoon, and they want to go for that event. And because of that, I'm afraid that. Okay, so.
There is another Rakesh.
So there is some event in IBM,
SSA Cloud, SSA Hub.
SSA Cloud, SSA Hub event. Okay. So because of that, again on Friday, what will happen is half day it will be on that. Okay. So, because I personally would like to wind up as soon as possible, but they should also, first is they should also be able to settle down, absorb it. Second, I also need to take a little break tomorrow. Okay. That is the thing. And CMC.
Even any framework also.
So there, the post was not working. It was not taking the point.
Okay. So yeah. So see, some of the people are already attending the class online only. Okay. One or 2% are attending the class online only. Okay. And the model, if you have noticed, the model we are following is a very, very innovative model of giving the class. Okay. What we are doing is we have put a GoToWebinar as well as normal class. Okay. So everybody is doing hands-on. In case somebody gets stuck, I make the presenter. And people can attend from anywhere. So Shashikant and other people, they also tried from various places. Okay. So we are doing in that way. So if those people who are moving to Pune, right, or some other place, they can sign in from there also. If I think it's 1% only, right? So they can sign in from there also. There will not be any problem at all. Okay. 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 Good. Great. All right. Okay. Thank you, Runa. Thank you very much. All right. So the room has been booked.
Sorry?
For Monday, Tuesday.
Monday, Tuesday?
Room good.
Room booked?
Room booked, is it?
No. So we are taking off.
Runa did already the planning. That this room was already booked for 1 week extra.
That's great. Yes, Sandeep, I will take a TP at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
That's why I'm giving pre-registration.
5 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. You will leave that time?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll have to find another laptop. Okay. I don't understand why it's not like it works on this. No, it's not working. I know. Otherwise, this could have told me.
Actually, I have created a hotspot. You want to try?
Of course, I like it, right? Yeah.
Hold on.
So, if that happens, like nothing like it, I would like to use that way because I'm not used to Windows. I've not used Windows for like so many years, and more than Windows, problem is the keyboard layout.
Okay.
Keyboard layout is the big problem. There's no standardization. Those guys have put their own keyboard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even when I use my wife's MacBook Air, that one is 11-inch, little smaller one. That one has got a different size of keys and all of that, so it hurts badly.
Can you just check
Trial.
Wi-Fi?
Yeah. Give me the password.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See if it is working.
Just tell me.
Please try.
Just a second. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's saying authenticating. So this is okay for you the way we are going, right? Again authenticating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 delete, right? See.
Our network is also very slow.
I am connected to this.
I will get
Create a
Wi-Fi.
hotspot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Just think, little bit.
When you change the user ID, how it use the same cookie?
There is no cookie mechanism. Right?
Where?
No, it
It's
is
not connecting.
Not connecting?
Not connecting. Try with the phone now. No, it's not a problem with the network. If you could reach to that level, maybe some security setting only.
Okay. So then let me refresh. I think it refreshes the page.
All right. So, okay. All right. So everybody's okay with the data frame. Data frame is stable, nothing more than that, where you can access a particular column or multiple columns or multiple rows and multiple columns of those rows. Okay. So basically you can slice and do the projection easily. And on top of it, if you want to access the specific column of that one, and no, the one I wanted to say, yeah, the column names, column numbers can be a vector column, okay, and therefore you can access using the vector also. So that's a very big flexibility. Now the data frame part. So you can also say things like C equals to, you create a vector using a grab command into the row names. This is something interesting. I would like to take a little bit step back. Here we are saying get all the row names of the empty cars. Okay, let's just create Rn equals to row names of empty cars. That is a vector of all the row names. Make sense? So you'll get all the car names. So now in the those car names, if we say grab toy, it will only give you the car names which are which contain the toy. Now you'll get those car names. Once you have done that, you specify that as a row selector, and then comma all. So you'll get only the details of those car which are or let's say a little more humane example here. If I say Okay, and where is my, yeah. So if I say, so you can see there, see this, only the Toyota cars are listed. Make sense? So if you say, let me just show you step by step. That will be easier for all of us. So there is row names. This is empty cars. Empty cars row names are these. We want, if you want to get the row names, we can simply get it using row names. Okay, let's call them car names. Okay, car names equal to row names. Okay, car names is nothing but a vector. Now we can say grab and grab Ford in this. We want to find out only those car names which are this. So we can say Ford cars. So you can see Ford's. This is correct only, right? Grab Ford car names. Can anybody help me out here?
It is giving the 29th row.
Oh, it's giving the 29th row. You are correct. So for DC, it's giving the 29th row. If we say something like something else,
Maybe we can define that 29 car name, dollar value, and then something.
Merc. What about Merc? For DC, yeah. So these are the column names of where row numbers of those where this particular keyword was found. Make sense? Now out of this, now we got this vector of row numbers. Now we can simply say empty cars and specify for DC. You can see only marks. Make sense, Sachi?
To do that, can we use a list command and do
A list.
direct list empty cars and
Okay.
function something like logical value equal content.
Okay, like
Empty car list bracket empty cars row names something contains
row 1. No, you have to say row names right here.
Because list empty cars, all details will come up. And
Right.
we can just filter with row names.
So this you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, actually this thing will be a little more tricky. We'll have to use grep with this anyway. Okay, we'll have to use grep or matches kind of thing we'll have to use. Yeah, Mitesh? You are trying, okay. Alright, now that was our data frame almost. This is clear to everyone, this particular aspect.
I did some more thing in the that graph to work for values also. If a column, we can filter rows. If
The output you want is the
here
name.
we use row names, right?
Correct.
Instead of that, a cell value also I
Yes.
left.
Correct. You can say empty cars in square bracket 1 comma something or 10 comma something.
There instead of 1, I gave this grep
Okay.
to search for a column value.
That's okay. So you can do that. Yes, that is a good way. All right. So this is. So did you try your way?
I'm just trying to.
Okay. So here, basically the same thing. What we have done here is give me all the cards where m equals 0. It will give me true, false. Okay. Then we can say give me empty cards based on this logical array, and it will give us only those rows where true is there in L. This is clear to you? This particular? we want to get only the rows where am equals 0. We want to get only those rows where am equals to 0, meaning, what does it mean? It means when we say empty cars, we want to say, what happened to my empty cars? Okay, when we say empty cars, let's say, I think, actually the place is smaller. Okay, now you can see. So what we want to do is am, you see the last column. If you want to find out only those cars having am equals 0, all we need to do is, yes, tell me, help me. So we'll say empty cars $am equals to 0. Okay, we got a big vector. We got a big vector containing only these values as true or false. Okay, so you can see false, 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 then true, true. So now when I say empty cars and I say I put this into here, put a comma. Now for all those values you can see am equals 0, or let's say carb equals to 4. We want to say carb equals to 4. We can say empty carb. See that? Make sense? And will this work?
Empty cars can't equal to 4. What?
Gear equals to 3. See that? So this way you can sort of formed a SQL query where we can apply these filters. See that?
Yeah.
So we are able to form kind of a complex query where a particular field we are checking against. All right. So this is clear, right? This one. All right. Now there is something called factors. Okay. Factors is like, have you ever heard about categorical variables? Okay. So when we take the ratings from our users, we ask them, was it good, very good, or how it was? That's called a categorical variable. It's not a number. Okay, it's a general variable. Or we say that color red, blue, green, or those kind of things. So in a column, instead of allowing all the values, we only have few small set of values that represent the whole categories. So in those cases, just like enum we have enum in Java, right? Enum in C++ we have enum. When in a column what could happen? In a column you could have all kind of values from 1 to 3 number. Similarly the case of string. But in case we want only few values, we want to say that when the user is filling up the value, it can either say it 1, 2, 3 or 5. In those cases, we use a data type called factor. Okay, we create factors, and that's where the factor comes into play. Right? So we can define factors on top of existing data, and then we can label that according to that. Okay. Let's say there's a column in which we want the months. Okay. Now in this column a user can even put 15. Instead of that, we create 12 factors, meaning 12 values, and only those 12 values can come into this column. Make sense? Only limited set of values. So here are few examples. Let's say our data was this. Our data was this. C data equals to C 1, 2, 3, 1, and so on. Now here if you see there are only 3 values actually, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. There is no point. I mean, if you want this kind of data and we want to label it with any other thing, we can say create factors, and it will tell you that there are 3 labels actually, only 1, 2, and 3. If you want to replace their names, the label names, we can simply say factor, data, and these are the labels. Imagine that in this table we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we realize that 1 means good, 1 means poor, 2 means good, 3 means very good, 4th means excellent, and we want to label it accordingly. All we need to do is factor this data and then apply these labels. Okay. Now when you say this, it will be replaced with 1, 2, 2, 3, and so on. Okay. Make sense to you? So these are called factors, basically enum types. Okay. Also, we could define factors which are ordered. We could define factors which are ordered, meaning when we say ordered means good is better than poor, but smaller than very good. So in these categories, there is a ordering in the categories. But not in, say, we have red, green, blue symbols, right? There is not really an ordering. Or when we have a column containing countries of people, let's say countries are 100 in the world, so there could be only 100 values, correct? But there is no ordering per se. Like we cannot say India is better than China or something like this. Okay. There is no, the categories itself do not have any labels, there is no order in those labels. But if you have a column where it says good, so poor, good, very good, excellent, there is an ordering. Okay. Similarly, can you give me any other example where label is ordering? There is an ordering in the labels.
Customer score, good, bad, what?
Like January, February. January comes before February and that comes before March. In those also there could be ordering. So basically here we could say order equals to true and we get this. Okay, it shows us in labels that 10 is less than 20, less than 50. Okay.
Where do you use that kind of?
So see, the overall objective of R is doing the analysis. There is a qualitative analysis.
Tree or something like that sort.
Yeah. I mean, like labeling, right? When we are categorizing the components. So the benefit of factor is suddenly when the moment we do factorization, right? It suddenly make the whole data very small.
Okay.
Why? Because let's say I ask you a very simple question. There are a billion people and you have to store the age of billion people. Okay. Just the age of billion people and nothing else. Okay. So what will you do?
I could simply put 1 to 100 or 200.
Yeah, create an array of 100 elements and that's it, right? In the similar way, when you have only 3 values, it should store only data for 3 values rather than repeated values. That's the whole idea about labels, factors or labels.
For example, can we do a count also? Once we have this, for example, there is a feedback from a 50 feedbacks.
Correct.
Then we have a good
So
Yeah.
how do we, is the R have a function to count what we have created arrays and then do it?
Yes, yes. You can count that.
Then it will be more useful so that if there is a feedback form,
Right.
then we can.
Right. See, this is what is happening here. Here, it has automatically found out from the data which we gave that there are only 3 possible labels.
But how many have labeled these? If there is a 50 feedback has been taken as a whole data,
Okay.
how many has been gathered in one? How many has feedback in two? How many three?
Right, right. You are talking about the summary statistics. So you can simply say summary and it will give you that details. Okay.
So in this, like 1, 2, 3 levels, what if we had 4 numeric? What would it do?
4 numeric. There'll be 4 labels. 1, 2, 3, 4 labels.
But we can't create, so we need to have as many levels as we have the labels.
Yeah. Alright.
We want to try this if it's working now. The password is trial 1, 2, 3. At least I checked before and
Moto G. No. Trial.
trial.
TRIAL
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Is it working for you?
It works on and off. I don't know.
Trial.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Okay, no worries, no worries. We'll have a little bit of problem when Skylab leaves. I got an email, but I don't know from. All right, so that is factors. Is okay with you? Okay, and yeah. Now you can have a look at this example as well. So let's say there is FERT fertilizer equals to these many. Now we could say we could factor it into these 3 labels 10, 20, 50, and then ordered equals to true. Although it does not make any sense to put this, instead we could have put something else instead of 10, 20, 50. We could have said one ABC, say ordered equals to true. Okay, so we could label any data like this, and this basically, and also please note that factorization is good for qualitative analysis of data, not for quantitative analysis. And if you are doing quantitative analysis, you will have to roll back your factor again to the main one. Okay, like the way we are doing. Say we try to compute the mean of this data. If you try to create the mean, it'll give an error saying that argument is not numeric or logical, so it cannot create the mean. And therefore, you will have to cast your data into the actual value to convert that. Okay. So basically, whatever labels we have created for, we'll have to bring that labels and then get the values. So this is a way you can again cast your data into numeric. Okay. So creating factors is good for qualitative analysis. When we are labeling data, we are presenting data, or we are compacting data. But if we have to bring the data back as numeric, or we have to do any numeric computation, then we have to convert it back, right? So if there is a data that you want numeric computation like mean, average, standard deviation, this, that, then there is no point of labeling it. There's no point in labeling it. Otherwise, there'll be a hassle of converting it back. Okay. Similarly, the way we have talked earlier, we could consider Okay, imagine the ordered factor I'm talking about. So let's say we have months. This is a factor containing all the months and repeated months. See, March would be coming multiple times, April would be coming one, and so on, right? So basically, you could create factors on months, and after that, you could create a table. When you say table on any of things, table gives you the word count. Okay, it's as simple as that. When you have to do frequency computation, use table on anything. It gives you the frequency count very quickly. Okay. So now, right now, we got the frequency count just like that, based on the alphabetic. No, okay, based on the alphabetic characters. Okay.
There is a factor of language by default to the 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 unique values.
Yeah. By default, it took the unique values. Right. So basically, functions are good, but only for qualitative analysis of data, and you can create functions factors for compaction of data, okay, specifically. And all right, so characters again we are visiting, and strings are, there are lots of functions available in R for searching and modifying strings, and those are based on regular expressions. And regular expressions basically help us doing the usual text learning. So everybody, I think in this class, probably everybody is like hands-on with regular expression. So at least that value was added, right? At least that was the benefit added. Now you can do the regex, right, in your normal routine.
You should try.
You should try. You haven't started using yet. So Ashish, the regular expression is for they make our life very easy for searching. Let's say I'm asking you that you have to find out all those strings where third character is anything between any vowel. Third character is any vowel and second character is not a vowel. So you have to find such kind of strings in a big set. Okay. So if you have to do that kind of thing, it's very easy. Or let's say you have to say, find out all the strings where first three characters are vowel, fourth character is a number, and fifth character is a dash or colon. Okay. So this kind of complexities can be very well handled by regular expressions. Okay. And we have already covered a regular expression, so it will not make much of a, it will be a little difficult. But anyway, you just send me your this email ID. I'll send you my regex session, and where you can attend it again. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, just give the email ID. I'll add you in the system, and then you can see the video. All right. So basically, for text matching and text parsing, the regular expressions are far better. Okay. One way of doing the string functions. So one is a regular expression, and there are other string functions like substring. Or one is sub. Sub means substitute. Substring means give me those characters. This is string. This is my S. Give me 0 to 7th character. 0 up to 7th character. All right.
Basically, in Excel we have the left.
Yeah. That is the one. This is like simple substring, and then we have, if we want to find out the number of characters, we can simply say nchars, and if we have to do the uppercase, we can simply say like Excel, to upper, and we convert it. To lower is also pretty straightforward, and these are part of the main one. You don't have to import anything. Okay. Similarly, we can split a string based on a particular character, and okay, we can also concatenate two strings very simply, like this. You can, using a command called paste, you can concatenate two strings.
We could do that.
Not necessarily. That was in the older version of R.
We could just say str split the string versus where do you want to split.
Correct. Okay. Is it working for you? All right. And then you have, say, there was tutorial, we want to replace it with example. So we say replace tutorial with example and in this particular string. Good.
So, just because it's not coming out from
Oh, because it's continuing the statement. Right?
keyword.
The browser version is little different. Okay, so we can replace one word with another, and this is the regular expressions, and we can use grep in regular expression, and we can also use G substitute. G sub is basically, it takes the expression, substitute this with this. //1 means whatever was captured here should be replaced with it, and then lines. So I'll show you this. So let's take, what's happening? So let's say we have a string. It's saying, okay, and we want to say G substitute replace, and then you have anything space anything. Okay, dot plus means anything. Replace it with /1, okay, or /2 only. Okay, and then we say comma s. Okay, you can see that. Or if you wanted to say this, okay, so what I did was I said something space something, replace that with whatever was in the second place dash in the first place. /2 means the second one, /1 means first one. Okay, so this is a little bit about regular expression. So regular expressions are these wildcard characters which can match. Okay, and it's like saying in a very simple ways, like if I want to say replace anything, if I want to say replace, let's say replace all vowels a, e, I, o, u any number of times. This is vowels any number of times with, say, underscore. Now you can see that DEEP was replaced with a single underscore. Okay, so using G sub you can replace that any value. Okay, Good. All right. So this is for pattern matching, and even if you are not from a technology background, make sure to learn regular expression. Probably every tool as of today will have the support for regular expression, and it increases a lot of productivity. Without coding, you can do wonders with regular expressions. Okay. All right. So I'll just grab some water. So I hope the recording is going on. Yeah, I think it's going on.
Runa confirmed room is available. Room is not a challenge because some mobility team training was there that got cancelled.
I thought she already booked. She already booked for.
It's already booked
Mobility is
actually for
her
some of
initial
them.
is handling.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So we tried all of this. All of you have tried this. There is one more function you can note this. You can repeat a particular array that many times using REP. Repeat 1 2 3 6 times. compute mean, compute summary statistics, and say summary X. Are you able to do?
Somebody else. During first quadrant, during third quadrant,
Quartile. It's a quartile.
quadrant, okay.
Yeah. I'll tell you what is that.
I'm assuming it is taking its definition for mean, but for the first quarter of the data.
Right. Good. All right. So you can also do var X. It will show you the variance. Summary also you can see. So bind and bind we have already done. So you can see if we have a data like empty cars, and let's say we are talking about first column. You can say mean. Okay, not this way. No. We need to say 0, 1.
There's one column.
Okay, so say empty cars is there, and all we want to do is compute the mean of this part, the mean of MPG. Okay, so all we need to do is get the vector which is first one for all, and say summary. Okay, so you can see that minimum is this one, maximum is this much, and median is this, and first quartile and second quartile is this, median, mean, everything. Okay, so we'll talk about first and second quartile tomorrow. And if we say where,
Instead of this one, you could also give MPG, the column name.
correct,
becomes
it will make
lot
more
easier.
sense. Yes. Yeah.
No, I mean that bracket, quotes.
Yeah, you correct, like this, right? Yeah, that will make more sense. All right, or we can say cylinder here, and we can say cylinder, so, and we can say summary. So it shows that the on a minimum cylinder were 4 in car, and maximum cylinder are 8, and mean is 6, median is also 6, and so on. Okay. So can anybody tell what's the difference between mean and median?
Mean is average, right? Median is a middle point.
Which one? Mean is
The
a
average.
average. Okay.
Median is the middle point.
4 and 8. Right?
In an ascending order or descending order.
When do you consider mean and when do you consider median? If there is a class, your kid came and told you that in my class people have got some good marks, and he is showing it. So What is the single number will you ask him?
Mean and
Will you ask mean or will you ask median?
average.
Average, not median. Okay. Okay.
What I know.
Okay. And if you have to ask just a single number, so he told his marks. He got this much marks. Now, what will be the single number you will ask him, being from a statistics background, that just which will tell you how is my son doing in the class?
Average.
Average. That's it. But in the class, maybe the average, everybody has
That
got
will be
average, same
skewed.
average.
Average may be skewed also. We don't know.
Not median or something else. You
I
can.
will ask 90th percentile because I am from performance background.
That's a good way to say. Basically, you'll ask that how many percentile do you lie in? Okay, and so that will tell you that how is your son doing. If he so says that I lie in 1 percentile, and he doesn't tell you lower side or upper side, then right? Okay, so he'll tell you that tomorrow. So it's a single deviation, one side, left side and one the other side. Okay. All right. So this is clear to you, right? Variance is a summation of square root of the difference from the mean of all the values. How values are differing. Okay. Now we'll talk about how to read data in R, so that if you have a lot of data, you can load it in R and then do various kinds of operation on R. Okay. So if your data set is, say, like this, separated by space, okay, and you want to load this data. So this is your data. It has got a header and it has got the value. First one is the case, second one is ID, gender, then degree, then age, and then field and whatever. Okay. Say that this is your data and you want to load it from the file system. So all you need to do is you have to say salary equals to read dot table and give the file name, say header equals to true, and it'll load it. It's as simple as that. Okay. So the problem here is not this syntax. Problem here is where would I put my file? That is generally a question, right? Where would I put my file? And to answer that, it should be in your home folder. So whenever R is starting in your home folder. Thankfully, you are using RStudio, which is on the server side. But if you are using on the desktop, so what you can do is if you want R to start in a particular directory, you create a shortcut on the desktop, and then in the properties of that shortcut, you can say start in this folder, and everything you put there, it will pick by default from there. Okay, and that way you can read any file using R. So you can see where is my so. All right. So other than that, there in session, you can say set working directory, and from that will be your home directory, and from there you can read any file. Okay. Now, how will I create your folder here? This is your home folder, right? How will I go to this home folder? No, I want to put a file there.
You need to log into the IP using MVP user 10.
Using this as yeah, tell me.
Same. 119.
119.
81.
So have you not mounted that file folder here on the local machine? You don't mount it. So just a second, I will.
we can save one of the data there only. I mean, whatever we are printing here in the new session, we can save it, right, in one of the folder.
Right. So you are saying empty cars, for example.
So that we can.
So you can say yeah, that's the function, right? Okay, it's the other way around. Write to the file.
Data and file.
Write to the.
I think write that file is correct. Data and file name.
Okay. Empty cards, not empty cards.
Write that CSV or something. Write that CSV.
That's how we write, right?
You have write.csv table of it.
Is it done?
Yeah.
Just created that? No, I want to actually log in there. How would I log in?
What to write as a CSV?
I wrote that, but how would I check?
DIR.
Can I log in there somewhere?
No, here also you
Here
can
only you
check.
can see actually from.
DIR. LS also.
Here you can, if you go to
These are variables,
files,
right?
If you go to files, you'll find it.
Yeah. Here it is. Right? So yeah, you can load it. So yeah, but I actually want to see the file. Can I log in into that machine? Where is it?
You can see the file from.
Yeah, I can see, but I want to show. This is your folder? No. I'll have to maybe SSH or something. Do we SSH onto this machine? With that same user, right? So SSH directly will work?
No.
Login edge.
MVP is a 10.
MVP
USER
10.
P at the rate WS 0.
W0.
Oh, P at
At the rate.
okay.
S W0RD.
Yes, W0RD.
Okay. So yeah, you can see that the file has been created. Now I can see the file. Okay, and you can see the file, and you can load it back. And if we wanted to only save few columns of it, then we could do that. Okay.
And the panel one will say files option is there.
Okay. You can say write dot. Okay. So you can see here Where did my putty go?
Not this one. Not required.
Yeah, I want to just see. So it's a comma separated file, all right? And basically we are able to create a comma separated file directly. It's a home folder. Okay. Also there, if you are in R, you can basically click here and say session, set working directory at some other folder, and then choose working directory, create some folder, and then it'll be good. If you have created another folder called R, like here, okay, so or maybe I can say mkdir as Giri, and I can put my working folder here as Giri. Now any file I write from here will get written there, cd as Giri, and you can see. Okay, so that way I can basically load any file, write to any file. Now we can say read.csv, okay, and we can say x, okay, and we can give data names some sg. Okay, now we have sg which has the data. Okay, so we can say read file. If we try to say read file on a CSV, what would happen? Read that, no, not that one. What was the function name? It's called read table. Okay, if we try to read table, then sg will have a single column. Okay, yeah, you can see that it has actually made it really bad. The comma has gone to second column. And this thing. Okay, so it basically loaded the data based on this.
Excuse me. What is the command for read? Read.csv.
Yeah, read.csv, and you can say whatever file name you have, and then you can say your object name wherever you want to assign. Now you can see it's better. All right, so this way you can quickly load the data. And let me try import dataset from text file. Let's say x, and you can also say comma separating, and that is easier for us. Now you can see it is loaded as x variable, and now I can use it. Yeah, okay. Again, so this is also quite cool, isn't it? So instead of typing command, you can say things like open and give it some name, okay, and import. Now using this, now you can access our dataset, not this XSS. So using that also you can import the dataset and use it. Now you will customize. You will customize in R.
Then reading after reading it to attach it. After reading the file.
No, you have once say you created a variable, say Jagdish, okay, and this was our text file. We are telling that it's a comma separated, okay, and decimal is period. If numbers also contain decimal, right, we can say comma, okay, then also it will try to figure out. You can see it has converted these into decimals, okay, and quote is as in double quote, meaning in case there is a comma already existing there, you can that will be under double quote, because in CSV if the value itself contains a comma, that is inside double quotes. And there are two standards. There are actually two, three standards. Double quote comes from Excel. If Excel exports the data, they put double quote around it. And then there is another standard, they put single quote, and they put slash also. Okay. So now xjg is the variable which is created for you. Okay. Now you can start churning this data, and you can basically start This is my row number 1, and this is my column number 1. Sounds good? Sounds easy? All right. Good. Where is my presentation? All right. Any questions here? Now, sometimes there is a header. You can place header equals to true. Okay. And home folder, if you are on Mac, then there's a little problem. But if you are on Windows and you are using desktop version, this home folder, the way beautifully it was set in the enterprise version, then here it becomes a little messy. So you have to set that home folder. Okay. Otherwise, you'll have to give the absolute command. Okay. So this is clear to you, right? So you can read any kind of data and then okay, good. Rakesh, you have that account here, na? You are able to use that. Okay. So no questions. All right. So this way we can quickly read the data. The view in the end, if you see, it basically displays table at the top in the RStudio. Here, not here. Here, it displays a table here in the top. You can see that. Nice table, which you can navigate around. All right. Good. All right. Few points to note that spaces in the command do not matter, but capitalization does matter. Although it's too late for this statement, we've already tried and tested all this part. So spaces as in x equals to this lot of space and then a command, it is okay. But capitalization matters as in it's not case insensitive. If you try to say mean in all caps, it will give an error. Unlike many systems, R does not distinguish between commands that do something and commands that compute value. Okay, everything gives a value. Generally, there are always in most of the systems, there are some commands that return value. There are some commands that do not return value. Here, all commands return value. Okay. So argument to a function can be named header equals to true or unnamed salary.txt. If there are no column, no header, we can say that the whole data set called a data frame is stored in a variable called salary. And also please note here, this is the data set that is created by default xjg. It is okay. It's a data frame. So by default, anything happens is a data frame. When you're loading text, you're writing. Whenever you're loading text, it's a data frame. Okay. Okay. All right. Now there is always a confusion about file path and working directory. The path can be either absolute or it can be relative. And what is the difference between absolute and relative?
Relative is from current location.
Okay. Absolute is something like that. It starts with C:, D:, or slash. Okay. When we say absolute, start from the root. That is absolute. If you do not specify absolute, then it's generally relative to the working directory. It will try to find the file from that particular working directory. You can set the working directory in the following way, using set working directory or using a command called setwd. That also sets the working directory. Like we have done setwd tilde means home folder and slash. We can also set a setwd on Windows like this. And on Mac, you can use you can take the folder and drag onto RStudio, and that will become your home folder. Okay. And on Windows, you can create a shortcut to RStudio exe and right-click properties and set the start in folder with wherever you want to do. Okay. And if you want to find out what is your current working directory, you can use get wd. If your dataset is, we have already tried this, we can repeat. Okay. So read.table is what we are going to use with a separator comma, or we can directly use. And also there is a read, the one which when we imported data, right? When we loaded data through UI, that guy was using read.csv2. That one uses read.csv2 for importing data. And that's why it was able to provide you those code characters. Because what if when you are reading data, in case your text itself contains comma, okay, like for example, when you represent lakh rupees, you put comma in that number, right? So if that text contains comma, you generally put it under double quotes, and instead of using any of these techniques, you will use read.csv2. Okay. Okay, so functions while reading the data can have a separator. In case your file is colon separated, you can use the separator read.table and then provide the file name and then say file name equals to this and sep equals to the separator you are doing. And if to find out more details, you can do read.table for complete description or read.csv for handling the comma. Okay. If there is some missing data, meaning you are reading table, some columns are missing, it will put NA over there and keep on moving. NA you can think of as if it doesn't know. Everywhere you will see NA, like accessing value out of index, accessing values which are beyond, some it doesn't make any sense. Everywhere it will give NA. It's equal to null, nil, whatever you want to call it, or nothing. Okay. Okay, and so R handles NA very gracefully. It can handle 1 plus NA, NA plus and false. Everywhere NA will be considered as false in those statements. NA will be 0 there. And okay. But you cannot compare anything with NA. Okay. And therefore there is a function called is.na. Alright. So don't know means generally you cannot do a comparison, though you can do 1 plus 2 plus and all of that. Okay. So this we have already tried, reading the data without column. And also you can specify if the column names are not there, you can specify the column names like this. Okay. Also, it's not a big deal. We all know that once we have read the data, we can set in the next statement saying column name equal to this or row name equal to this, and it's not a big deal here, like the way we have done here. We have said after loading normally, then we have said names of this particular data frame are these. So this is another way. Better way is this actually, so that you don't have to remember this. All right. Any questions? No questions? All right. So if you have an old format of fixed data, you can use read.fortran. Okay. And in that way, it will basically read the data. Can anybody explain what does it mean by fixed format? We are trying to read a fixed file format. So what does it mean by?
Each file has a fixed length call.
Correct. So each cell has a fixed length uh, space, and you can read that kind of data easily using using read.fortran. Okay, where there is no separator in the file. Instead there is a fixed file, mean fixed as in first column will take 10 characters, second will take this much, third will take this much. We can specify all of that here. Okay, you can see that the here it's 4, as in it's taking four characters, while rest of it are taking 1. Okay, all right. So there are two versions of the same thing what we have done. There is okay. All right. So yeah, the data has been screwed up here. All right. Let's move on. All right. So basically, we can read the file format using either FWF or read.fortran, and just the syntax we need to check once, because this syntax is wrong what we have written here. Help read.fwf. Read a table of fixed width format. So you say file, then you have widths, then you header false and other things. Here widths is specified integer vector given the widths of files. So I think this is also good. So you can say things like read.fwf, and you can say your file name, my file, and then you can specify you can specify the widths. Widths is a vector, as in you can tell first one is going to take 10 characters, second one is 20, other is 14 character, and so that way you can read the data. Okay, so first column will be taking 10 characters, second 20, and then all right. So that way you can read the data. Also there are special functions like special arguments like buffer size. Buffer size essentially means that these many lines will be read into the memory in a single shot. Okay, these memory lines will be read into the memory and then will be applied this fixed format. So this is nothing but an optimization step. If you want to read more data, we have got bigger RAM, so we can read more data and then make it faster. If you want a smaller memory footprint, we will keep the buffer size as low. Okay, it has nothing to do, it have no other impact on the output. All right. All right. Also, you can read the data from the web, and it will figure out that you are trying to read the data from web using SQL. And once you have read the data from there, you can parse it here itself inside the local one. Okay. All right. Okay. So we can all right. So for reading very large matrix, the scan could be used, meaning let's say there is a, this is for saving the file quickly. Where is that? Where is my folder? RStudio. Okay, so we'll have dir, not ls. So you can see ex data, and ex data is nothing but ls cat ex.data, the data we have just written. Okay, so what we have done in these lines is concatenated these two data and put it into a file, these two data sets, and then we are trying to read the same data. Okay, and we can read the same data. Where is my RStudio? Here. Okay, so we have basically specified the kind of data set we are doing, and we are loading the data in what we have just specified, and we have also said that skip one line. Okay, so where is my file? Let me just show you the file. So you can see there is a header. All right, did I confuse you guys? No, confused? So okay, so first I have done is I have concatenated these three lines by /n and saved it into this file. Okay, once that is done, next thing I'm doing is reading this file and loading it as a list. Okay, and that's what it is. And I'm saying skip two lines and skip one line. So it basically loads the data, and you can see that it basically loaded the data as 11, 13, 17. After skipping two lines, it has done that. Okay, so 2 also 11, 13, 17. It has skipped two lines, and if we do not specify, okay, let's just say that, okay, it has only read one line, which is the first line. So sometimes it is good. Okay, so it has read 4 records. Okay, ideally it has read 3 records only, right? Why it's calling? Did I say 4 anyway? Correct? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. So okay, it's actually telling me that. Okay. 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 So you can specifically choose and pick the few number of lines out of the whole data by using tools like scan. Okay. So sometimes sometimes this scan mechanism is faster than the normal one. Okay, if you are reading a data into a matrix, then using the scan is a far better technique. All right, no, Shashi?
I was out, but
Yes, go ahead.
no problems.
Okay, so basically what we try to do here is we first saved this data into disk. and then loaded this data back. Okay, and ideally we should just skip first line because we are trying to load a matrix, and when we try to load a matrix, it will expect same number of columns here also with the same data types, and it will give error. So it makes sense sometimes to, if we have a big table and we would just want to load a portion of the data into a matrix, then using a scan saying skip these many lines, load only this makes a lot of sense. Okay, and while specifying, we are telling that this is my column, this is my column. So this way we can load the data into matrix. So what argument lists the expected format for reading? Skip skips the number of lines, and lines limits the number of lines to read. Okay, and flush equals to t makes the read lines stick to the given format. Okay, here what we are saying is flush equals to true. Here it should give you a little bit more descriptive error. Okay, it'll give you, where is my RStudio? Yeah, this is the one. So if I say here says something, okay, this is good. All right, so okay, so what have it done? Basically skipping the fourth column. All right, where did it go? Okay, so we can use scan for loading this. The flush.true is basically skipping the last character, basically 7th, instead of in the other way when we were loading 2 lines, 2, 3, 5, and then it starts with 7. Okay, yeah. All right, so there are many kind of formats just like CSV. You have Fortran, you have other formats, so you can read almost all of those formats using R. So there are export format, SAS export format. If SAS has exported data and you want to read a data exported by SAS, you can use read.export. And so if the stata data is there, SPSS data, if you want to read, you can use read.spss. And but for that, before using that, you will have to use something called library foreign. It will basically load the foreign library, meaning library containing import export. Okay, and then you can use any of these formats. All right, so this foreign library has all of this, loading data from SAS or loading data from SPSS and churning it here. Okay, library function lists packages and shows help or loads packages from the package library. Okay, and skips the number of lines before reading. Install.package allows the users to install any of the packages from CRAN, okay, along with their dependency. So Library is the things you have already downloaded. The package is already installed. You want to include them. In those cases, use library. In case you want to download a package from CRAN, you can use install.package. Okay. Install.packages, and you can give a list of packages which you want to install. Whatever package we discussed in that list, you can download them and right away start using. They will download into your home folder, one of the places, and then from there, the moment you say library, they will get loaded in the current workspace. Okay. And foreign is a standard package which handles import and export of the data. Okay. This we have used partly already. So whenever you want to write the data, you can use write.table, write.csv, or write.csv along with the row names. Without row names, if you want to write, you can say row names equals to false. Okay, row.names. If you don't have row names at all, if you don't want to write the row names, then you don't have to mention this. Right? All right. So I hope this is clear to you. No. So basically, you need to look at that foreign package. Most likely in the foreign package, you will find almost anything you require. Say help. Okay.
Foreign is what?
Import export for import export. Spelling is same, right? Yeah. So you can see this here. Read.dta is there, no? Help read.dta. You can see read strata files, binary files converted by strata. Okay. So almost all of these libraries are present. Okay. All right. Yeah, here it is. So read data is stored in all these folders. Okay. In these stored by many languages. So you can see that there are so many languages from which you can do the data import export. All right. Make sense to you? Even S3 binary data type and SPSS. Okay. You can do all of this from here. DBF, the database format. Right. This will be important probably in a lot of cases, because whenever you are dealing with data, 90% of the problem is format and import and export. Rest you can figure out, but importing generally you can cut this. All right. And okay, I will have to shift to somebody else's laptop. Can I take your laptop, Sachin? I'll have to end the meeting. I'll make him organizer. Shashikant, make you organizer. I'm making a present.
One more.
It's hardly an hour. It's not too much.
No.
Hmm?
Asking to close the 5:30.
We'll see. Let's see.
To reach home by 6:30. Right?
Hey, just 1 minute. Not 1 minute. Done.
I can see what you're typing. I can see.
I know what you did.
Yes. And excuse me for a minute because I have to shift to another laptop. And
What should I do?
you are the presenter. And you should start. Will I just exit the meeting here? Leave.